Hello, hello. How we doing, guys? Let me check where we're going. It's actually not showing as live right now. Maybe someone could let me know in the chat if I am here. Oh yeah, okay, good, we're on. Nice, how we doing, guys? We'll have Richie joining in about 10 minutes to talk about AI for animal advocacy. And I thought I'd get it going a little bit early. We've got some other good stuff to go through today. I've just seen this on the main page of Plant-Based News, that Emmys became the first major award show to adopt fur-free red carpet policy. That's pretty based. Thank you, Rebecca. Nice to see you. Animal Justice Project, hello. Nice to see you. Thank you for joining. Yeah, the cage-free debate, I thought it was pretty good. I said everything that I think that I needed to say. My main points on that, well, the main point that a lot of vegans can miss is that if you impose any sort of requirements on animal farms, whether it's animal welfare standards or work safety policies or environmental standards or anything like that, it's going to drive up the cost of those products. So it's a good thing from not only increasing the welfare of animals, but actually decreasing the number of animals farmed. I think that's something that is often missed. And I get the impulse that a lot of vegans have to be like, argue against the main time that we counter welfare arguments is from meat eaters who are trying to justify that they don't want to stop eating meat, right? And so they say, oh, I get my uncle's high welfare farm or whatever. So I totally get that a lot of vegans are kind of primed to reject welfareism. But hey, Pia, nice to see you. Hey, Bretta. Thanks for joining, guys. Yeah, so I think that kind of primes a lot of vegans to reject welfarist arguments. But in the context of actually putting restrictions on animal farming, costly restrictions are going to drive up the cost of animal products, make alternatives more competitive. I think it's it's a slam dunk, really. That's going to be one of the mechanisms that we bring the whole thing down. We've got to make animal products more expensive. We've got to make alternatives cheaper, and we've got to also do the animal advocacy, putting the slaughterhouse footage in front of people and so on. Oh yeah, damn! I'm streaming at the same time as Chip today, so that's never a good place to be. Well, we have a few people in here, which I appreciate you guys joining. We're going to have Richie joining at 2 o'clock, so in about 7 minutes. Anyone know what has happened to the team at Veg Economist? They've been like nearly a month now without having posted anything on their website. The last thing I'm seeing on it was February 27th. Are those guys okay? I don't know what's going on there. Wonder if there's any of these I can read in 7 minutes. Let's have a go. Let's have a go at this, shall we? Nah, even that's kind of long. You've had a live troll as well. Damn, the other side's pretty good, guys. The other side is by which I mean like the other channel. So I appreciate you guys joining. I think I'll finish touching up these slides later on. Some of you saw me making most of these. And actually, it's kind of the interesting bit that I have left to do, because it's going to be talking about the effective animal charities and their particular theories of change. I guess there's a couple of boring bits as well, but maybe I'll do those off stream. I don't really know what to put for some of them, but there we go. We'll have a look at the Emmys thing later. That sounds like it's going to be interesting. Personally, I'm never really that tuned into the awards shows, but obviously it's a good thing for normies to see the fur restrictions at the Emmys now. Hey Poe, nice to see you. Thanks for joining. Oh, how is Poe not a mod? Let's fix that. Let's fix that right away. Animal welfare equals higher prices for animal-derived products. It automatically prevents a very large group of people from buying these products. Huge group will feel discriminated against. I mean, you know, I think that's. I was going to say I wouldn't necessarily say this in public. I guess I am in public, but we're amongst friends here. Anything becoming eventually inaccessible will be inaccessible first to the people with least money, and then gradually become more and more inaccessible, right? So yeah, I mean, that is definitely what the livestock industries would say, like in their responses on the cage-free consultation going on in the UK at the moment. A lot of that's going to center on cost of living and making food accessible and nutrition security and all this kind of stuff. Of course, what it translates into is more animals suffering more. So, you know, that's why it's important to drive down the cost of alternative proteins as well. So that's, you know, an important part of the equation, and that is happening as well. In the last few years, when food prices have just gone crazy, the price of animal products has gone especially crazy, and the price of plant-based things has stayed the same, or if anything got a bit cheaper. Let's turn this mic up a little bit. How's that? That's a bit better, isn't it? All right. You know what? We could probably go even more. And then in a minute, I'm going to turn off my cam here and jump on the Google Meet instead. Let's do that now, actually. Ah, Richie's here already. Nice.
Hey, do we just do it on this meeting?
Hey, yes, yeah. We're live right now.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, cool. Hello.
Nice. Yeah, we're on the split screen just. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Well, yeah. Welcome. I appreciate you taking the time to do it, and yeah, I think there's a lot of useful stuff that we can share with everyone. Hey.
Yeah. Really happy to dive in and tell you all about how AI can kind of help us like do more good for animals.
Excellent. Do you want to give a bit of an intro to yourself first of all? People wouldn't know who you are necessarily.
Yeah. So my name's Thomas Menander Richardson. People call me Richie, and I am the director of research at Bryant Research. So I work with Chris, but I also have kind of two other main projects. One is that I'm the lead data consultant for a group called Greener by Default, and I'm also an educator on a project called Amplify for Animals, which is we put on free AI training for animal advocates.
Excellent. Yeah, the Amplify for Animals stuff. Can people find the recordings of that online? Is that like publicly available, or?
So it's not publicly available, but we can we can get the recordings to you. We're still trying to figure out the best way to share it in a way that allows people who are working to help animals can access it, but not necessarily people who are not. And so, yeah, that was a free course. It ran from September to December last year. It was like it was a 0 to hero course, so it went from you don't know anything about AI to doing more advanced things. It was like there were weekly workshops and seminars and office hours and peer learning meetups and guest speakers and all sorts of things. And it was available totally free, thanks to some generous funding from some philanthropists as well. And we're currently in the stages of finalizing some more funding to run even more courses throughout this year. So that's something that if you go to the Amplify for Animals website, maybe we could put it, I could send you the link and you can put it in the show notes. You can sign up to be alerted when we run new courses. So what we're going to plan to do is we're going to run a refresher on the older course, because not everyone got to it. And then we're also going to run some more advanced courses. So for example, how animal advocates can use AI for strategic planning in their campaigns, or how they can build automations to automate some of their work and make their lives a little bit easier. So things like that generally.
Excellent. Yeah, there's a couple of interesting things already. I want to get into like you showing us some of what AI can do, because I imagine that most people watching have like used ChatGPT, but probably not much else, right? We're just kind of like an advanced Google, basically. But yeah, there's a ton of stuff that can be done, and Richie is always helping to push this within Brian Research and within the animal movement as well, which is really awesome. I think it's so important that this catches on and becomes something that animal advocates are good at, because it is a productivity multiplier massively, and can get things done much better and much more quickly, often both. And so, yeah, the difference between animal advocates adopting this or not is going to translate into millions of animals saved or not. So that's massive. And one of the things I like about this, and is very motivating, when I did my PhD, I was doing it on consumer acceptance of cultivated meat. And because it was such a novel area and idea, I, as a PhD student, was like one of the people in the world who knew most about it, because it was just so new. There wasn't like a 50-year-old professor who had been doing this for years, because it hadn't been around for years. And it's like that with AI at the moment, right? With Claude Cowork, for example, which is one of the big tools now. This only came out last month, so this is really like a limited time window opportunity for people to be one of the early users and to become, in the long term, one of their experts in like some of the most powerful technology.
Yeah. So it is in some sense a bit of a gold rush, really, in that there's so much potential out there, and on the one hand, the tech is getting more and more advanced as time's gone on, so it can do more and more, but so many people still haven't really got into it. And so if you are the kind of person who, if you do get really into it, then it can give you like a real big advantage. So, I mean, whether that's you getting an advantage personally in your own career, or whether it's the animal movement getting an advantage over, for example, industrial animal agriculture. And there is real potential here, because, for example, a lot of industrial animal agriculture they are almost by definition big companies, right? These big companies they're slower, they take longer to adopt things, but also it's quite a conservative industry as well, not in the political sense, but in the sense that they move quite slowly. They don't adopt much. They're also not very transparent for reasons that are probably obvious. They don't want people knowing exactly what they're doing. But also, these companies are in competition with each other, right? So they don't want to be sharing publicly what they're doing and how they're using AI to go a bit further. So all of that really kind of comes together to suggest that there are lots of reasons why industrial animal agriculture might be slower to adopt these tools than, for example, the animal advocacy movement, right? We're nimble organizations, we're young, we can be tech forward, and we can be collaborative, right? So we can, as organizations and advocates, grassroots campaigners, we can all come together and we can share kind of how we're using AI, what we're doing, share best practices, what's working, what isn't. And hopefully the good stuff can spread far and wide, and that can allow us to, all to kind of rise together, essentially. And so I think it can give us a real boost. And it's not very common to say that, really, is it? Like, apart from the fact that what we are saying is true, we don't really have that many advantages over industrial animal agriculture. They got more money, they got more political power, and things like that. So so we've got to take every advantage we can get, I think.
Yeah, no, that's some really good points, actually. I hadn't really thought about a lot of the factors that might slow down AI adoption in the industry. The way that I mainly think about it, and I've said this on the channel before, is like, basically, if you're a profit-making company, you'll have incentives to adopt any technology that's going to make you more productive. And, capital will go towards the companies that adopt the productivity-increasing technologies and away from the companies that don't adopt them. So it's almost like a built-in mechanism to make profit-making companies, i.e. factory farms in this case, they're incentivized to adopt AI, whereas non-profits, the incentive structure is very different, really. Like, because your outputs and the main thing that you're doing is so separated, really, from your revenue and source of funding, as long as you can keep on convincing donors that you're worth giving to, like, you might not actually be very effective at what you're doing. And so, I talk a lot about animal charity evaluators and effective altruism in general, and how it's important to have, like, some sort of mechanism for saying, okay, what is actually achieving the goals that we want here? Because that kind of happens automatically in businesses, but not necessarily in non-profit. So I really do think that, people like you who are really just like impatient to spread it and make it catch on and encourage people to get on with it and use it and so on, I think is super important, especially in like a non-profit dominated space, because it doesn't happen automatically in the same way that it might happen in companies.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. So there can be a bit less of an incentive. Although one thing I would say, which I've been quite surprised by and pleasantly surprised, is that within the animal movement, because I've been talking to people across the movements, from grassroots activists to small, mid-size, and large NGOs and funders as well. And honestly, of all of the groups, the funders are the most bought in on the potential of AI, which is, and so, and basically, well, to be quite cynical, what the funders are interested in is kind of what the rest of the movement has to be interested in,
sure.
Right? Like, and so I think that a lot of orgs would do well to start, to start like sharing their wins with funders, building that AI into their applications, because they're likely to see a very positive response. It might be a bit different on the donor side, right? If you're talking about your small individual donors, because because a lot of the public is still feels very uneasy about AI, and to be fair, they should, right? It is unclear whether overall AI is going to be good for society or not. Like I cannot guarantee that. It could all go wrong. It's not to say we shouldn't use it, but it's to and so a lot of people in the general population are concerned. People are concerned about the environmental impact, they're concerned about jobs, they're concerned about and whether those concerns are valid or not, like they matter. They matter because people will stop donating to you if you are behaving in a way that isn't aligned with their values. So it's one of those things that can be a bit difficult to manage as an organization. If you talk too much about your AI use, then you should at least be sure that your donors are happy with it. So for example, a lot of people really don't like receiving email communications that clearly sound like they've been written by AI, right? I think very few people think that is okay. And similarly, if you're using AI to allow you to produce even more, like a greater volume of like donor outreach, then you're going to start to overwhelm your donors more, and they might disengage more because they might be unhappy, because they might be annoyed by the flood of this kind of AI communications and such. So there are things like that. On the other hand, you can use AI for to do even more right by your donors as well. So for example, AI can allow you to achieve a level of hyper personalization that was just not feasible before. So imagine a classic workflow that anytime someone sends you a donation over a certain amount, it triggers an automation, and that automation automatically sends them a slightly personalized thank you message. Right now, that's they might like to receive that. Or if you don't want it to send the message, if you want to add a bit of personal touch yourself, maybe what it does is it drafts the thank you message and puts it in your drafts folder. And then one of the members of your organization can like read that draft, tweak it a bit, add some human touch, and then send it off. But a lot of that work has been done. A lot of time has been saved by AI there. Or you could have, for example, AI agents that do research on donors, allowing your org to really personalize the communications to them, to make sure that you're only sending them the content that they would care about, and that you're really providing your donors a lot of value. So there's some, in some sense, there is potential for AI there are risks that it could make these communications less human. That is a risk that you got to think about. But on the other hand, there are plenty of ways that you could use AI to, in some sense, make your communications more human, right? More personal. So it's about finding those use cases, I think.
Yeah, 100%. There's so many interesting avenues to go down, kind of spiral on each of these things. I like what you said about the distinction between like high-level philanthropists and what you might call like retail donors, like me and you, who are giving 50 quid a month or whatever to different charities. I suppose that the big funders who are really giving millions, and they are out there, are people who have done well in business, and so they get it. They know about productivity and know that, right, it's important to like adopt productivity increasing tools. So that's interesting to note that they are very much on board with animal orgs using AI in the right ways, and I think that's a good thing, because like you say, that does pretty much dictate what the movement kind of has to do, right, in order to stay funded, or organizations are incentivized to do in order to stay funded, I suppose, is the way of saying that. I don't know, I'm sure there are organizations that exist solely on small donors, but it takes a lot of people giving a tenner a month to make up a full-time salary, doesn't it? So it's difficult to do really at scale, I imagine. But yeah, interesting as well what you said about it does seem like there's a lot of people, and I definitely come across this among some people in the animal movement and just more broadly as well, who are sort of have some sort of opposition to AI and think that AI is going to be really bad and it's going to take jobs and that's bad and it's going to hurt the environment and that's bad, and kind of come to the conclusion that we as vegans or we as the animal movement shouldn't be using it because it's doing these bad things. I mean, it seems clear to me that would be a really destructive idea, frankly. It would be, you can imagine a world where vegans like boycotted the internet and never got on the internet for whatever reason. Like it would obviously be a really bad thing for our ability to spread our message, our ability to get things done. have you met many people like that in the animal movement? Like, what do you kind of say to them if they're like very much AI skeptics?
Yeah, so I've met quite a few people who are skeptical, both in the animal movement and the general population. And luckily, nobody who is, so anti that they are entirely unplugged. I think a lot of people have at least played around with it. And yeah, I would kind of start by saying that a lot of these concerns come from a very reasonable place. So, I mean, one of the biggest ones is the environment. So people are concerned that using AI is bad for the environment, that it has a very large environmental footprint. And so I would say that it comes from a reasonable place. So for example, you can see these pictures of these giant data centers, right? Racks and racks of computers. These things are like giant warehouses just full of computers. And you see them in these remote locations, sometimes areas that are that don't have a lot of water to begin with. And also they're being put up by big tech companies, right? And big tech companies are not your friend, right? We all know what happened with Facebook. It is reasonable to assume that these companies, if given the choice between making more money and protecting the environment, will choose to make more money. It wouldn't surprise me if a tech company, it doesn't surprise me when tech companies throw the environment under the bus for their own sake. But none of that necessarily means that it's true, right? We actually have to look at the evidence. And the evidence is really that your AI use has very, very low environmental impact, whether we're talking about energy or we're talking about water. Especially, and the key thing to bear in mind here is to look beyond pictures of huge data centers and articles, say in the Wall Street Journal, that talk about how many millions of liters of water get used by data centers and things. You want to look beyond these big, scary numbers and pictures, and you want to really think about how much of your personal use, energy use, is AI, right? So how much, if I use ChatGPT, every hour of the workday, how much does my personal energy use go up? And the answer is it's really tiny. We're talking 1%. We're not talking 10, 20%. We're not talking doubling. We are talking on the order of 1%, right? If you own a pair of jeans, that the amount of fresh water that goes into making a pair of jeans is more than a lifetime of ChatGPT usage.
Wow.
And yeah, it's very, very stark. And I found it very kind of strange how quickly a mainstream narrative on that AI has high energy usage has kind of come online. But I think there are a couple of factors that play into it. I mean, for one, a lot of the companies haven't historically disclosed how much energy these things use. So often reports have to rely on very outdated figures. And the technology progresses so quickly that most of the time when I see a figure quoted about AI energy use, it's ridiculously out of date to the point where it's totally useless. So for example, in 2025, Microsoft managed to cut the amount of energy used in a single query by about 95%.
Wow.
Right? Because not only are we are using more and more AI as time goes on, right? So energy usage should expand. But the thing that people often miss is that we are making it more efficient, right? These companies have to, if AI uses lots of electricity, that translates into a very big electricity bill for the AI company, right? They want to keep those costs down. They're incentivized to keep their costs as low as possible. And so anything that costs them a lot of money is something that they're going to work really hard to make more efficient. And surely enough, they have been doing that. Essentially to the point where even though the amount of AI we've been using has exploded, the amount of the efficiency and the cost of running these things has plummeted almost at a similar rate. So the overall amount of energy use hasn't really gone up by nearly as much as you might think. So there's a couple of different things at play here that makes it very hard to really figure out what's going on. But generally, the most credible analyses I've seen suggest that that if you were to use ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude or whatever, if you were to use it every hour of the day, then your personal energy use, your personal water consumption is barely going to change. And I guess to a last thing is that whenever we're thinking about everything that we do, every resource we use, it all involves trade-offs, right? We don't just want to consider the costs of these things. We want to consider the costs versus the advantages, right? And so just as you've said, like, okay, well, the internet isn't perfect, but obviously you're still going to use the internet in your job. Similarly, driving a car is bad for the environment, or driving a petrol car is bad for the environment. Getting a flight is bad for the environment. But if hypothetically I said, okay, you know, I was going to say the president of the United States, but probably a bad example. A more reasonable world leader is willing to meet with you, and they're very open to some pro-animal policies for their country. The only catch is you've got to get a flight there. You've got to get a private jet there, or like, you wouldn't say, well, you know, getting private jets is bad for the environment, so I'm not going to take that meeting. You would realize that the potential advantages greatly outweigh the costs, right? And I think that AI comes under this as well. To be honest, like, personally, even if AI was like 100 or 1,000 times worse for the environment than it is, I would still use AI almost every 5 minutes for my, you know, every work day, because the advantages I see are just like far outweigh any of those costs. So ultimately, we have to weigh the advantages against the costs here.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. Really good answer. And actually, I have to say, I thought that kind of was the game that we're playing. I actually didn't know that it's like a negligible percentage of one's overall energy or water consumption. I kind of assumed that a lot of the hype that you see on that is basically true, and it does use a lot of energy, and that probably is bad to some extent. And I was just playing the game of like, well, we are using it in such a way that it's going to increase our ability to reduce animal agriculture to such an extent it's almost certainly saving water by the use that we're using it in that sort of trade-offs way, which I think totally makes sense. And I thought that was the game we were playing, but you're saying it's actually kind of on an individual level the energy consumption is kind of negligent anyway. And yeah, it totally makes sense that if you're an AI company and that is your main expenditure is energy, then hell yeah, you're going to be really incentivized to try and come up with all sorts of renewable options and like ways of making it more efficient and so on. So yeah, fair play. That's really good. I think that whenever I see narratives about this kind of thing catching on, it's also worth thinking about, well, who doesn't want people adopting this technology? I've thought this massively about Bitcoin when there was like a couple of years ago, there was a massive, seemingly kind of coordinated stories in the media about Bitcoin uses a load of energy and that's really bad, you shouldn't have Bitcoin and blah, blah, blah. Like, clearly there are powers that be in the US Treasury or whatever who, you know, it's a bad thing if Bitcoin catches on and becomes like a feasible currency. And so, yeah, I think whenever you see things like that, it's worth asking, is there some, you know, who is this benefiting for us to not be using this technology? And I think this is one of the many things that I have thought of, like, I always like putting my conspiracy hat on and thinking, like, what would an animal movement saboteur, what kind of ideas would you want to try and spread at a vegan conference, for example? And I think a top contender would be vegans mustn't use AI because it's bad for the environment. Like, if you could make that catch on, you could probably extend factory farming by a good few years by making the animal movement much less productive, right? So, yeah,
definitely. I think it would be a very harmful kind of belief to take hold in our movement if it did. It's actually really funny that you should mention Bitcoin, because another reason I say that it is reasonable to come into this debate being skeptical of AI's energy use is because Bitcoin actually really was bad for the environment. Okay. Like, you look into it, at one point, Bitcoin mining was using something like 2% of the US's entire energy.
Wow.
Yeah, like Bitcoin was really, really bad, and it was really spiraling out of control. There were some technological advances that cut the mining costs, the energy costs for mining a bunch of different coins by like 95% or more. So the problem kind of solved itself. Plus, also people, the hype died down a bit, so it stopped skyrocketing as much. So that problem did mostly solve itself, was mostly solved. But yeah, it was actually quite bad for the environment. So if some people find themselves thinking like, well, this is another Bitcoin, then you're right that it was bad for the environment. But AI is not like that, basically.
Fair enough. Okay, yeah. Good to know. Yeah, just because people saying something's bad doesn't mean that it's not bad. No, okay, fair play. Good point, well made. So let's talk a bit about like AI uses then. Like I said, I think most people are going to be, have probably used ChatGPT, but I would guess not that much else. And that's kind of, I feel spoiled for having had you on the team and always bringing this stuff to our attention and making us look at Canvas and co-work and all these different tools that we're now quite well across. But tell us a bit about, for like the non-AI nerds, what else is there beyond the chatbots?
Yeah, what is that? Yeah, well, so I mean, I would start by saying that the main, if you've only used just the main chatbots, one of ChatGPT, Gemini, or Claude, then I mean that's a great start, right? And you can do tons with that. And if you're finding there are so many AI tools that if you're finding yourself like really overwhelmed to the point where you just don't even want to look at it, if you're facing that kind of choice paralysis, then I would just recommend just sticking to your one AI model and trying to get the most out of that. Maybe you can explore the different features inside the model. So, with something I can show in a bit is that some of these models can generate what are called deep research reports. They can also generate images. They can do a bunch of other things. Google can even make 30-second songs, completely AI generated, they're kind of rubbish, but they're also very fun. And so if you're feeling very overwhelmed by the amount of AI tooling out there, then I would just recommend just sticking to your main one. But there are tons of very cool tools to explore. And yeah, so I can probably demo a couple. I mean, one that I particularly want to show is a tool by Google called Notebook LM. This is one of the tools that I would say this is an essential tool in our AI era. It's one of the main ones. So how does it work do I just share my screen and that shows up?
Yeah, you can just screen share. Yeah. Is this free, Notebook LM? I know we've got it through. It's free. So, okay, nice.
Yes, Notebook LM is free. Yeah, so it has a free plan, which is good. And yeah, excellent. And then there's a premium version that is a little bit better, but the free version is still fantastic. So can you see? Okay, can you see Notebook LM? So brilliant. So if we go back, this is kind of what it will be. You have these things called notebooks, right? And inside a notebook, you have sources. And these are sources that you have uploaded yourself, right? They can be documents like reports. They can be the terms and conditions for your toothbrush. They can be things you have written. It can scrape websites. It can, and you load sources into Notebook LM, and then Notebook LM allows you to chat with those sources, right? So one concern that people have with AI, and sometimes when they have a bad experience, is when AI hallucinates, right? It gives a very confident but totally made up answer. And that can really worry people. So Notebook LM is great because it doesn't really hallucinate. And the reason why is because it doesn't search the internet. It doesn't rely on its own kind of thinking. It really just tries to answer your questions only using what you've given it, right? And so I think this is amazing, and I think this is going to be really good for particularly watchers of your channel, because they tend to be more like this. tend to be more like science-based, evidence and reason, that kind of thing. But so say, for example, you have a study and you don't want to read the whole study. You just want to get the gist of it. You can put it into Notebook LM and then you can ask it questions and then it will pull stuff out. Particularly if you've got really long documents, really long, heavy documents, and you don't want to have to troll through it to find what you're looking for. You can just ask it. So what have I done? I have, so there is a guide by Animal Charity Evaluators. They have released a public document called Better for Animals. And what this is ACE have collected together all of the evidence for different interventions in animal advocacy, and they put it all in a big document, right? This is a document that they use to help make better decisions on which charities to recommend. It's really, really great. In fact, they evaluate 30 different interventions. They evaluate all the evidence for and against, and yeah, and it's a fantastic document. The only problem is it's really, really long, and so you would be forgiven if you didn't want to read this thing. And but using Notebook LM, we can chat with it and we can get out what we want. So I might put in, and this is just off the top of my head, I'm gonna say like, are vegan documentaries effective at reducing meat consumption? Let's see, do they have documentaries in there? So instead of searching through the document, trying to find documentaries, reading that section, I can ask Notebook LM. Okay, here we go. Let's zoom in a bit. Let's get rid of this and this. It says documentaries are a moderately promising intervention, right? And then we can see there's a little number next to it. We hover over that number. What do we see? Well, this text is the exact text from that report, right? So I can see exactly where Notebook LM got its answer for. And so I can check this and I can confirm that Notebook LM has actually read the report, right? So it says here, we found mixed evidence on the effectiveness of documentaries. And then I can read this if I like, or I can just continue to read what they said. So we've got things, and then it says the gap between intentions and behavior. We've got experimental evidence. Rigorous experimental evidence suggests that while documentaries like Good for Us, Cowspiracy, significantly increase people's intentions to reduce meat consumption and their knowledge of the issues, they do not seem to reliably lead to measurable behavior change in the short term. So we can I can read into this. It's got factors influencing success, and we've got limitations of the evidence. So what ACE are unsure about, right? So that's really cool. So we can use this to basically engage with complex documents in an easier way. And then Notebook LM also has some really cool little things on the side, right? So we've got, for example, we can generate an audio podcast, and it's like an AI generated podcast where two kind of people will discuss the things you've uploaded. And that can be really fun to listen to. Lots of people really like that. It can generate video explainers, mind maps, slide decks, quizzes, if you want to quiz yourself on stuff. This is used by students, infographics and flashcards and things. So it can be a really great, I wonder if this will work. Do we know if this is going to come through?
Give it a go, we'll see.
Okay.
I guess we're not getting any audio from that.
We're not getting any audio from that. Okay.
Okay.
So, wow, the best thing is that this notebook is shareable. So I can provide you a link. You can put it in the show notes, and people can click on this and they can interact with it themselves. So if you want to engage with this, you don't have to build it yourself. I've made it for you. You can click on it, and you should be able to look at to listen to that little podcast where they explain it. They explain all the interventions that ACE looked at. So this is Notebook LM. I find it really, really good for digesting, dense documents. Like I've heard of some grassroots campaigners. What they do is whenever a factory farm is trying to open in their location, they get all the planning documents, they get the environmental regulations, these big, dense legal documents that regular people just cannot deal with. And they put it all into Notebook LM. And by chatting with it, they can extract the information they need to more easily resist those factory farms. That's one. That's another thing. You can put government reports in there. You can put scientific studies in there. Anytime it's a long, complex document or big group of documents, you can kind of process a bit more easily with Notebook LM. So I really, really recommend this one, and it's also free.
Yeah, do you want to show us the mind map? I used Notebook for debate prep a couple of times. When I debated the Dublin Declaration with Paul Wood, I had put the Dublin Declaration in here, put a bunch of papers, including my own, that I'd written some time ago and kind of, don't have a perfect memory of. And you can get a mind map like this that will kind of break down all of the different issues, and you can click through and see where the arguments are. The podcast, I think, is so cool because you can take a document that I have an endless reading list of things that I'll probably never get around to reading, and you can put them in here, get yourself a little podcast and stick it on while you go to the gym. So those kind of stuff is super useful, and it's all based on only the documents that you're putting in, so you're not getting hallucinations like you do with some AI tools.
So it's it is really useful, and this mind map is quite good too because especially if you've uploaded lots of documents, you can put up to 50 documents in a notebook, and then you can generate a mind map of all of it together, right? Yeah. So if you have a bunch of documents and you want to see how it all fits together, you can use this. So here it's put it down into interventions, very promising interventions. Okay, let's say government outreach. That sounds interesting. We click this. High potential impact. It leverages the voter buyer. I don't know what that is. If I click on it, it's now going to search the source for this, and it's going to give me an explainer, right? So look, I can now read this on the voter buyer gap, right?
That's so good. Yeah.
It's a great way to zoom out, look at all the material, and then when you find something interesting, zoom straight back in, right? So it's a very, very cool tool. In the interest of time, I might jump onto another tool if that's all right.
Do it. Yeah. Take us with you.
And so one that I wanted to show. So this one is going to also be in Google Gemini. However, if you have ChatGPT or Claude, you can still use this. And it's called Deep Research Mode, right? So again, we're following this thing of how can we use AI to learn more about the world around us, but also to process all that information that's just coming at us thick and fast, right? There's so much to there's so much to deal with. And so deep research is a mode that will basically go away, and the AI will loop reading hundreds, and I mean hundreds, of Google search results on your particular topic, and then it'll attempt to write you a massive essay on it, on whatever you like, right? Something that is specifically useful to you, right? So normally when we do research, we open Google, we read a few things, maybe we write some notes, we read some more stuff, right? If you want to read hundreds of results, it'll take you weeks, it will take you months, right? People pay Bryant Research to do this for them. But AI deep research reports are really fantastic. So how you would do it is, so I've written this prompt. I've already generated it, so we can jump straight into it in a sec. But I've put here, and by the way, pro tip, you can talk to AI however you would talk to a friend. You don't have to give it extremely structured, precise things. You can just give it, you can just kind of dump your mind onto it, and it will figure things out. So I put here, I keep seeing that animal advocacy organizations like the Humane League and stuff are doing campaigns where they work with animal farmers to improve chicken welfare. Things like getting chickens out of cages and something about the Better Chicken Commitment. I'm an animal advocate and a vegan, and I just really don't understand why this is a good thing. It seems like it's supporting a really harmful industry that needs to be destroyed. Can you write me a report about these kind of campaigns, what they do, what are the arguments for and against them? I occasionally volunteer as a vegan activist, but otherwise I'm just a regular person. I don't work at these organizations, right? So firstly, very informal, that's totally fine. But secondly, a tip on how you talk to these AI models, give them lots of context, right? If you're not getting what you want out of these models, if they're giving you bland, crappy answers, 9 out of 10 times, you just need to give them more context on what you're doing, why you're doing it, a bit about you. That context is really important. So here I've said stuff like I've put about who I am, right, in this situation. why I want the report. I said, like, what I believe now. I don't believe it's a good thing, right? I've written down my assumptions, and then I've asked for a report about these types of campaigns, what they do, for and against. I've also put here, you know, I'm just a regular person. I don't work at these organizations. I'm not, you know, I'm not a farmer, right? And that all this context will allow the AI to write a very tailored report that is going to be, that's going to serve my needs, right? If you were an agricultural economist, you would want a very different report. You would want it at a different level, right? Whereas if you were, I don't know, if you were a school child learning about it in class, you would want a different report. And so you should give that context and you will get a better answer. So what we're going to do here is in Gemini, you can go here, you can click deep research, and then you just set it running. And so what it's going to do now is it's going to come up with a plan for what it's going to write. And then we can review that plan and then approve it or change it. And then we can set it running. So I've already generated this. So we'll have a little look at the plan first, but then we'll just tab over to the original.
Nice. While it's doing that, I think it seems like worth flagging the way that you've done because some people are concerned, oh, AI will just tell you what you want to hear from it, and it's not going to give you a critical answer. I like the way you've written this prompt is you have a certain view coming into it, but you want to know the arguments for or against. Like, you could write a prompt, which is not what you've done here, but people do this. Give me all the arguments why cage-free is a bad thing, and like we're going to write a report about why it's bad, which obviously if you tell it like this is the answer I'm trying to get to, it's not going to be the optimal way of kind of finding the right answer. But it's okay to say this is kind of my beliefs going into it, and now, you know, tell me the for and against.
And so like by default, AI can be a bit sycophantic. It can tell you what you want to hear. However, even with just a little bit of encouragement, it will challenge you. It will call you out. I love doing this. I love telling my AI to like tell me where I'm wrong. And I've even had some AI kind of agents where they're intentionally made to be really antagonistic, right? They just relentlessly attack my ideas and tell me that they're rubbish, and in order to get to improve the ideas and stuff. So here we've got this. It's given us a plan. So look, it's going to research the details of chicken welfare campaigns conducted by organizations like the Humane League, including their operations in Greater London and the UK. So the model's already displaying a little bit of awareness about the issues, focusing on cage-free initiatives and the Better Chicken Commitment. That sounds great. We've got like investigate the arguments and philosophical justifications, right? From the animal advocacy and effective altruism communities. However, investigate the arguments against these welfare campaigns from a strict vegan and abolitionist perspective. It's got the jargon, right? It's going to compare and contrast, and it's going to synthesize it into a clear, balanced, accessible report tailored to a grassroots vegan activists, right? So it's okay. So that sounds great. So what I would do is I would hit start, and it's going to make it, and it will produce something a bit like this.
Here's one I made earlier.
Yeah, here is one I made earlier. You can export it to a Google Doc if you would prefer. Yeah, let's do that. Let's see what happens. And so you can export it straight to a Google Doc, and then you can submit it for your class. No, I'm joking. You can, yeah. And when the first time you generate one of these reports, you will be pretty blown away. I guarantee it. This was a moment when I read my first deep research report. I was like, Chris, we might be out of a job.
Yeah.
In reality, it hasn't replaced our job, luckily. But at Bryant Research, we do this does shortcut the first few weeks of initial research for us. It allows us to produce far more detailed reports just for the same price and the same time. So it's really, really helped us. If we look over to the side, it's 20 pages long, right? And if we go down, we're going to find that it has, crucially, it has references. Cool. So how many references has it got? We have, keep going. We have 54 references, each with links, right?
Wow.
So we don't have to trust the AI on this. We can go check the sources. And so it's got a bunch of different things. We've got, look, let's zoom in a bit. Like resources wise, look, we've got For Analytics, great resource. We've got this PMC. This is a peer-reviewed academic article. This is a peer-reviewed academic article. We've got FAIR, which is an academic society of behavioral scientists looking to help animals. We've got more Faunalytics. We've got Pax Fauna, a great organization. We've got howdoigovegan.com.
Nice.
So a bunch of very good resources here, right? These resources are pretty reasonable. And yeah, if we skim through it, we've got so much going on here. We've got the evolution of farmed animal advocacy corporate strategy. We've got the better chicken commitment. We've got a little table just like laying out all of the better chicken commitment, from stocking density to higher welfare breeds, all of that. We've got a critical issue with the better chicken commitment, if you know, is about the genetics, right? We want organizations to move towards slower growing chicken breeds, because the fast growing breeds suffer immensely as a result of how we've bred them. We've got industry implementation and pushback. So we've got the success, but also the failures of these campaigns, right? We've got a bit on effective altruism. We've got the abolitionist critique, right? We've got the humane myth, modification of advocacy. We've got lots of different issues. We've got the psychology of reform, a whole section on psychology, right? Yeah, so this is fantastic, right? And this is a report that covers all different aspects. But I think what's most important is, firstly, it covers a lot of different aspects. But the second thing is if you give your prompts right, this can be highly tailored to you, right? It's 20 pages, but it's not just 20 pages. It's 20 pages of stuff that directly answers your questions. It teaches you what you need to know, right? This is not 20 pages written for the general population. This is not a textbook or a blog for a general audience. This is written for you. And I highly encourage you, when you're talking to AI, to really load up that context with lots of stuff about yourself, so that when it answers, it gives you stuff that is just spot on. It's just exactly what you want to read, right? It doesn't waste any of your time. So yeah, that's so these are deep research reports, and they're very yeah.
Does it give you a conclusion? Does it give you I can't see the answer.
Oh yeah, what's the yeah? Does it give an answer? Yeah, that's conclusion. So it says it calls the better chicken commitment a sophisticated, deeply pragmatic and adaptation of social movement strategy to harsh realities of multinational corporations and late stage capital. We've even got late stage capitalism making an appearance, guys. But this is yeah. So critical overarching insights. It seems to be quite yeah. Let me see. Does it come down for or against? I guess that's what people want to know.
God, that's moment of truth.
Yeah. Whilst it says it requires acknowledging a stark pragmatic reality. Whilst the ultimate dismantling of industrial animal agriculture remains a massive multi-generational cultural project, the immediate alleviation of extreme ongoing suffering of billions of animals relies on ruthlessly practical, data-driven and incremental reform. Yeah, so it seems that it's very, it doesn't seem to clearly say that these things are great or bad. It does seem to say that, look, it does seem to highlight the main thing that people say about these campaigns, which is that, look, it's making lots of billions of chickens suffer less now, and that is probably, that is valuable. And so, yeah, it's, I think in some sense it's good that I asked for a balanced for and against, and it didn't just come down on saying, look, one side is clearly wrong, because, these debates are ongoing. And oh, look, it's got the Humane League in there as well, and things like that. So, yeah. And so if you, ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, they all have this feature. Generally, I think you need to be on the paid plan for some of them to get it, though. So this is that is a thing. However, I would definitely recommend that, basically, unless you are struggling to pay your food and rent, you should have one of the subscriptions to one of these services. Like, honestly, like I really think it is like having the internet, right?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah. If you say, like, I don't have enough money for an AR subscription, that is like that's like saying to me that you don't have enough money to pay for, like, internet in your house or on your phone at all, right? Sure, some people genuinely are in that, in that level of financial trouble, and my heart goes out to you. But like the vast majority of people can afford these things, and I really think they should, because the benefits really are very powerful. To put it in perspective, depending on how you, a key thing is that you get on the free plan, you get very limited use of the smarter models. So if you notice on Gemini, we have fast thinking and pro, right? Fast isn't very smart. Pro is PhD level smart, right? If we go to Claude, we have their haiku model, very quick, again, not hugely smart. Sonnet is the one you'll get access to. It's pretty good. Opus is really, really smart, and you don't really get much use of Opus unless you're on the pro plan. Similarly, ChatGPT, we have thinking mode. In fact, ChatGPT is the worst one to be on the free plan for. And the reason for that is because when you are on the free plan, it basically forces you to be in this mode called auto. And auto is basically saying it's going to choose for you whether you get this instant mode or this thinking mode, right? And once again, instant mode isn't that smart. Thinking mode, terrifyingly smart, right? And it's really not good but to have ChatGPT choosing for you what level of intelligence you get, right? It unfortunately seems to consistently pick the dumber one. And so if you're on the free plan, you can't toggle between these. You're basically stuck on auto mode, and that's a big problem. You really want to be using these top thinking models. In ChatGPT, you even have the option for standard thinking effort or extended thinking effort. And like for things that matter, for most of the stuff you're going to be dealing with, I would just pick the most the smartest model you can, because the benefits really are high. Because it might take more time to generate, like it might take 8 minutes to think of the answer to a question, but really it doesn't matter how long the AI takes to answer the question. What really matters is how much of your time does it waste in reviewing it, in understanding it, in not trusting it. How much time does it save you, right? Ultimately, we want a system where, to me, it doesn't matter if AI takes an hour to come to get to the answer of a question, because I don't have to babysit it for an hour. I can do something else, right? Yeah. But if I know that after an hour, it will get the correct answer, then that doubly saves me time. Firstly, I didn't have to go find the answer. And secondly, I don't have to check the answer very much, right? I mean, maybe I still will, especially if it's important, but I don't have to go through it line by line, click on every single link, right? I don't have to check it as much. So another thing I would definitely recommend is trying to get the £20 a month plan, the $20 plan. And if you've had a bad experience with AI, just double check. Was I using the fast, dumb AI? Or was I using the smarter AI? Did I even have access to the smarter AI? So that's another major thing that I see when people go wrong with AI. That's what happens.
Yeah. Just to put a point on what you said about how sort of crucial these things will become. It's like the next utility that you have to have, basically. Richie's recently got us using Claude, which I see in your tabs there. Perhaps that's where we're going next. And it ain't cheap. We signed up for 5 seats, 5 of us on the team for a year, and it's like the best part of £1,000. But already I'm like, well, it's so worth it. It's so worthwhile for the amount of productivity that it can add for us. I think I've spent now £100 in extra usage already, and might well do that again. I think I've already run out for the week that's going to refresh this Friday, so I'm probably going to end up putting more in there. But the more like knowledge intensive your work, I guess, the more worthwhile these things are, because they're going to save you a ton of time on the other side. So it's been well worthwhile.
They can be so powerful that they can be addictive, right? You can do so much more with them. And I find myself thinking like, well, I think I personally, as a researcher, and much of the Bryant team, we are twice as productive more and than we were. And that level of power to just, working with AI to be able to produce so much more stuff, and good stuff as well, not just like producing more slop, to be able to produce good stuff for our clients, but also in our life, is addictive. It really is.
It is, yeah.
And Yeah. And the another thing that I can't quite demo today, especially in the interest of time, but I do want to mention is some of the work that I do with Greener by Default. And the reason for that is that a thing that we haven't touched on is that AI is incredibly good at writing code now, right? And so as a result, we have now reached a point, and this is, by the way, this is only really since maybe October last year that this has really been the case, that AI is now better at writing code than most humans on the planet, right? ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, it can write code better than most humans, right? To the point where it can design websites in minutes, fully functioning websites, right? With no mistakes. They can build software, right? We've now got to this point where a human who can't code can talk, can just chat with AI, and AI will write the code and run it, and then it will produce working software, right? You could build an app for yourself if you wanted, even if you can't program. And something I do with, I do with Greener by Default is that, so we work with caterers to help them reduce their carbon emissions, mainly by creating tasty, delicious, nutritious, plant-based dishes that consumers will actually want to pick. And so I crunch a lot of catering data. You know, we ordered 20 chicken breasts and we ordered 5 kilos of lettuce and things like that. And using AI as a coding assistant, I have been able to single-handedly build out an entire analysis pipeline that takes in messy catering data, cleans it up, spits out carbon reports, and gives them advice and things. I worked out last year that I was about as productive as 4 to 6 full-time developers, just me, right? And I knew that because obviously I was coding before these tools existed, and so I know how long it used to take a project, and I now know how long it takes a project now. And honestly, these coding tools, they allow me to produce I can produce things in a week that would typically have taken me months and months and months. And that means that, you know, Greener by Default is not where there's 20 of us. We are not a huge NGO with millions and millions of dollars in funding or budget. But it allows us to punch way above our weight. Right? We can work with dozens of organizations, and we can provide them really high quality reports and advice, and help them shift their catering towards plant-based, like with a small team, really. In fact, our data team is just 2 of us, and right. So and we serve all of Greener by Default's clients. It's that useful, really. And interestingly, because we are reducing organizations' carbon emissions from food, we are using, contrary to what you hear about AI being bad for the environment, our use of AI is tangibly good for the environment. I can 100%. Tell you how many kilos of carbon are not in the atmosphere because I use AI to help organizations go plant-based, right? And so I think that's just a really, I really like that. I really like that framing. I really like that outcome. And I think more organizations could really get that, get those levels of transformative benefits.
Yeah, that's awesome. And yeah, that's a really good framing to put it, because think about just how unfeasible it would be for Greener by Default to have 10 developers, like, for the budget, right? It's just not going to happen. You'd just be going at a much slower pace, or serving far fewer clients, right? It would just be work not done because it can't be afforded. And so by making these organizations so much more efficient, and that is great, and that's why the funders love it, right? Because that's great value for the funders of Greener by Default. It's like saved them millions of dollars for the same amount of work, essentially, which is awesome. Well, we're coming up on the hour. Is there anything else that you wanted to make sure that we talk about while we're on?
No, I think that's mainly it. I would say, I'd probably say a last thing is that if you've tried to use AI and you've not had results that were that good or that satisfying, firstly, the tech progresses really, really fast. Every couple of months, it gets a bit smarter. Like, it is that fast. And so if you tried it a year ago and it was rubbish, definitely try it again. Make sure you're using, you get yourself a premium account, use the good thinking models. And also, these things do take a bit of time to get used to, right? I would say to people, like, put a good 10 hours into Gemini or Claude or whatever. really learn the ins and outs. Ask it about all sorts of things in your work, things in your personal life. Chat with it about all sorts of things. You'll start to see where the edges are. You'll start to see all the things it can do, some of the things it does still struggle with, and you'll start to build up that fluency. And I think you're really going to see, with a bit of experimentation, you're going to see you're really going to see the potential.
Excellent. Awesome. Thanks so much, Richie. I really appreciate you coming on, talking to us about it. And yeah, I really hope that this encourages people in the animal movement to get on the AI train. It's the time when you can be one of the experts and really make a difference for a lot of animals by being much more productive. So yeah, appreciate everything you're doing to make this catch on in the movement. And yeah, thank you for talking to us.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. And so we'll be, so there, if you find the Amplify for Animals, if watchers find the Amplify for Animals website, you can sign up to be alerted when we offer some new courses if you want to you hear more from us. Also, if any advocates are attending any of the major animal advocacy conferences this year, I am planning to attend as many of them as possible, and I typically give out free AI advising and consulting to advocates there. So feel free to come and find me. I will be overjoyed if you saw me on YouTube, honestly. So and yeah, come get some free advising and coaching. And yeah, oh yeah, I would note that I'm able to attend some of the conferences because some funders have generously agreed to fund me because to provide the service to the movement. So yeah, and so I look forward to hearing and seeing you and hearing from you.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Richie. Appreciate you.
Cheers. Thanks.
Cheers. Yeah. Take it easy. Awesome. Well, there you go. That was Richie from Bryant Research. Let me add my camera back on here now. Hey, little sunshine, nice to see you. Yeah, I'll definitely upload the interview afterwards. Right, let me bring my camera back here. That's not what I want. Yeah, I'm really pleased to have done that, to have Richie on talking about it, because it's an incredibly important topic for us all to know about in the movement. Because yeah, if we can make ourselves experts in being way more productive. It sounds kind of boring, but it's going to be the difference between saving millions more animals and not. So I think it's super important, and yeah, Rich's a very smart guy. Glad to have him on the team. Pardon me piddling around with my camera settings here. Good stuff, good stuff. Thank you, Animal Justice Project, for watching. Really appreciate that. Yes, I'm looking forward to seeing you, Avark. I'm loving Animal Justice Project at the moment. I see you guys are doing the oat milk default campaign. I think that's super powerful. We were speaking last time about some of the work that Richie had done actually with Nuffield Health hospitals, and they managed to reduce meat consumption per patient by 14% by introducing some tweaks to menus, including plant-based defaults. So yeah, really powerful thing that you can do to move the needle for animals. I think it's awesome to see you guys doing that. We've got a few good things to talk about. All right, let me do the Euro news. This is a little bit on the depressing side, I guess, but it's an important bit of reporting. How the meat industry is quietly keeping its emissions off the climate agenda. Can I retitle the stream? Oh yeah, here we go. All right. How the meat industry is quietly keeping its emissions off the climate agenda. Euronews Green exclusive. Big Agriculture's hidden climate strategy has been exposed in a new report. Meat and dairy giants have been accused of halting climate progress by cozying up to policymakers to justify the soaring growth of animal agriculture. Globally, food and agriculture contribute 1/3 of total greenhouse gas emissions, second only to burning fossil fuels. In the EU, animal-sourced foods make up between 81 and 86% of total greenhouse gas emissions of total food production. Despite only supplying around 21% of calories and 64% of protein. Scientists have repeatedly warned that our diets need to change to bring down emissions and improve our health. 2025 Eat Lancet Commission report, compiled by 70 leading experts from 35 countries, found that around 15 million deaths could be avoided each year if the world shifted to predominantly plant-based diets. Such a move could also lead to a 15% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from agriculture. But the carbon footprint of animal agriculture continues to rise, driven by both modern industrial farming practices and increased livestock. According to Greenpeace, 60% of all mammals on Earth by weight are now livestock, including methane-producing cattle. Just 4% are wild, while the rest, 36%, are humans. Despite this, only 4% of national climate plans include quantified time-bound agricultural methane reductions, and fewer still include targets towards sustainable diets. A new report from European non-profit Changing Markets Foundation, which exists to expose irresponsible corporate practices, said that meat and dairy are being kept off the climate agenda due to hidden partnerships and twisted narratives. Hey Jake, nice to see you. Thanks for joining. You just missed the AI chat, but you're in time for the depressing reporting on livestock lobbying, so that's a treat for you. How meat lobbyists are undermining climate action. The report, titled Dangerous Distractions, argues that there is mounting evidence that departments within the UN Food and Agriculture Organization have a bias in favor of the livestock sector. Last year, Thanawat Tinsin, director of the Animal Production and Health Division at the FAO, delivered a speech at the World Meat Congress. The bicentennial conference, which was held in Brazil's agricultural capital of Mato Grosso, is organized by the International Meat Secretariat, an organization that represents the meat industry by engaging international bodies such as the FAO and World Trade Organization. Speakers at the event included prominent pro-meat advocates including Eric Mittenhall from the Meat Institute and Frederick Leroy from Vrije Universiteit Brussels, who has been accused of peddling misleading narratives and conspiracy theories around animal agriculture's impact on the planet. We know Frederick Leroy. Frederick Leroy, for how long has Frederick Leroy avoided ChrisBryant.com fame? 1 year, 3 months, 26 days, 16 hours, 52 minutes and 13 seconds. is the answer. This guy is tried to be kind in general. I try to be a kind person. I think it's a form of kindness to be mean to villains and to bully and call out the bullies and the liars on an international scale who peddle conspiracy theories to put more knives in throats. I'm generally a pretty nice guy. It's rare that I have a bad word to say about almost anyone, really. And that's because I reserve them all for Frederick Leroy and his ilk. This is one of the worst people on the planet, for my money. Here he is on the Ty Beale show, talking about the risks of vegan diets. Of course, what else? Here he is doing a little lobbying video, defending the Dublin Declaration, which has been thoroughly debunked by several scientific papers, and which he later walked back on most of the arguments in his debate against Irina Herson. Here he is looking confused at how anyone believes him. Here he is looking like an absolute ghoul. This one's cool, Freddy. Look at this. This one's cool young Freddy. All right, let me not derail into just a Freddie Leroy, a Freddie Leroy hate stream. Back to the report. I just got triggered by the mention there. All right, back to the report. Oh, goodness me, gotta take a second to get my blood pressure down. The report states that much of Tynesian's talk focused on how the FAO is an ally to the meat industry, arguing that the world needs more animal protein despite the challenge of greenhouse gas emissions. When my stomach is empty, I don't have time to talk about sustainability, he said. Fucking brilliant. This is someone who works for the Food and Agriculture Organization, someone who works for the UN. My stomach's empty, I don't have time to talk about sustainability. Like, what? How is anyone in a position of power or any relevance talking like this? Just like completely dismissive of sustainability. Like, come on. While Tyson declared that a new era has arrived where the livestock industry will do better on sustainability, the report claims he gave no details or concrete examples of how this would be achieved. Yeah, that sounds about right. Just vaguely gesture towards, we're doing better, things are improving. All right, any details on that? Any examples? Nah, don't worry about it. Don't need them. Attacks on Eat Lancet. The report also reveals how the Eat Lancet report has come under attack by the meat industry and affiliated scientists. At the World Meat Congress, pro-meat consultant Carrie Ruxton claimed that the report's authors were not experts, implying that farmers themselves were better suited to tackling sustainability in our food system. Oh, really? Okay. I would have thought that climate scientists would be quite well placed to comment on this. But that's a good point, actually. They're not farmers. So, yeah, I recognize this name as well. She's a frequent LinkedIn commenter. And yeah, meat industry consultant. Now, it's my view that you don't need to worry about the actual Eat Lancet report that was published this year, she told attendees. It didn't get a lot of media traction. What you do need to worry about is what happens next, because they're going to go out and start talking to politicians, campaigners, policy people, charity, and public procurement. You're going to be talking to all of these parts of society that will then have an impact on your industry. Yeah, the climate scientists who have written about how we need to reduce animal product consumption to stay within the planetary bounds will hopefully be talking to politicians, policy people, and so on. Yeah, that's hopefully that will happen, yeah. But Carrie Ruxton says the meat industry needs to be worried about that, and that the climate scientists are not experts because farmers are the real experts. This is ghoulish behavior. Like lying, publicly lying about science, explicitly to defend the meat industry and ensure that there is more knives in throats this year than there was last year. Like, that is the goal of these people. This ghoulish behavior. These people are really detestable. Ruxton repeated the conspiratorial idea that Eat Lancet commissioners have a conflict of interest because many choose to follow a vegetarian diet. Oh, that's an interesting one, yeah. That means there's a conflict of interest. If they were, to the extent that they're eating meat, is that any kind of interest to be worried about? Nah. I always think with stuff like this, I wonder if people would say to the scientists who demonstrate a link between tobacco use and lung cancer, well, there's a conflict of interest here because you're a non-smoker. Like, that's the equivalent, isn't it? If you're doing research on the climate harms of the animal agriculture system, which is very, very well documented, like demonstrated by a ton of research and evidence, not seriously contended by anyone except these ghouls. And even then, they like walk back on those contentions when they're pressed just a little bit, like Freddie Leroy did in his debate with Irina Herzog. They're just going to dismiss it if you, on the basis of that information, choose not to consume meat. Again, if you're a lung cancer researcher and you choose not to smoke cigarettes, I'm sure there's some equivalent of Carrie Ruxton standing up at a tobacco industry conference and saying there's a conflict of interest here because this is a non-smoker that did this research. It's just poor behavior. Leroy also used his talk to try and discredit the Scientific Commission, the report states. He declared that behind the commission are major agri-food interests who wish to capitalise on the promotion of plant-rich diets. Can I just take a second to say how fucking stupid this is? This whole they love a conspiracy theory. The pro-meat people love a conspiracy theory. Oh yeah, it's the Kellogg's of the world who are pushing the plant-rich diets. Meat companies and animal agriculture, livestock companies are some of the biggest and most vertically integrated food companies in the world. Okay, if you want to go looking for big companies that are benefiting from narratives about which diets are helpful or harmful, look no further than the livestock industries. Okay? The fact that the environmental benefits of avoiding animal products mostly come from the fact that animals are an inefficient use of calories. Right? It takes several times the amount of calories fed to animals to yield a much smaller amount of calories from those animals. That is hugely beneficial if you're one of these fat cats who owns a ton of farmland, because now there's increased demand for crops because we have to feed a ton of animals. So if you're somebody who owns a load of farmland, or if you're a global meat conglomerate that's vertically integrated and owns the slaughterhouse and owns the factory farm and owns the feed growing arable farms, then yeah, there are indeed interests from major agri-food companies who seek to influence the narrative on diets, but they're not in favor of plant-rich diets. Leroy, who often touts hunter-gatherer style diets as the gold standard. What a fucking moron. Like, how does anybody take these people seriously? This guy's a professor. You know, this guy has a PhD and a professorship at a university in Brussels. And he's on the same level of argumentation as Matt Acton. Like, how does anyone take these people seriously? Ty Beale's the same. We saw about Ty Beale posting about ancestral diets as if that means anything at all for health in the modern day. Like, how many cavemen and hunter-gatherers were concerned about not getting heart disease and cancer into their 80s? Probably not that many, I'm going to say. I don't know how anybody takes seriously the idea that it's at all relevant what hunter-gatherer style diets were when we're talking about being healthy in 2026. This guy's brain is a hunter-gatherer style fucking brain. God, these guys make me mad. This is why he'll never debate me, by the way. This is why this timer will go on forever. For how long has Frederick Leroy avoided ChrisBryant.com will go on indefinitely. I seriously regret not having paid for the 3-year package on this domain. Paid for 1 year, and I thought surely he's going to talk to me. But no, I'll probably be paying the annual subscription on this domain for the rest of my life, or for the rest of Freddie's life, I guess. He's probably in his 50s, and since we eats a lot of red meat, so we'll see how long he sticks around. Leroy, who often touts hunter-gatherer style diets as the gold standard, has long criticised the Eat Lancet report, falsely claiming that humans need 20 to 30% of their calories to come from animal-sourced foods. Source? Any credible source for that claim? Just completely made up. What does it mean by humans need? Like, this is completely made up, pulled out of his... Alright. That would be very useful, Poe. That would be very, very useful. If people wanted to reply to... Freddie Leroy is very active on Twitter. I'm not on Twitter. He's blocked me on LinkedIn. But if people want to reply to any of Freddie Leroy's pro-meat tweets, you can just send them this website, actually, so that people can see it. For how long has Frederick Leroy avoided ChrisBryant.com? This is what you can flood Freddie Leroy's Twitter with. This guy's a piece of work, honestly. I also make shorts about him as well, so you can send some of those if you like. Probably make something from this segment. We'll see. The planetary health diet suggests this needs to be lowered to 12%. Narrative tracking at COP30. The World Meat By the way, this is like not even that different from what he's saying. They're saying we need to limit animal source foods to no more than 12%. His lower bound is 20. Like, how is he going to cry so much about the Lancet Commission suggested diet? Narrative tracking at COP30. The World Meat Congress took place just 1 week before the COP30 climate summit, attended by more than 300 lobbyists for industrial agriculture. I appreciate you, Poe. Fuck yes, Poe. I appreciate you so much. Hell yes. Gotta let them know. Gotta let them know. World Meat Congress took place just 1 week before the COP30 climate summit, attended more than 300 lobbyists from industrial agriculture. Changing Market says there were several screenings of an industry-funded documentary called World Without Cows being played within the official UN zones at COP30. Critics argue this film downplays the environmental impacts of cattle rearing on the climate and promotes the idea that livestock can be part of the solution to climate change. Yeah, we're coming out with a thing. We're coming out with an insight from Brian Research this week about regenerative agriculture. That's actually something that Richie knows a lot about as well. It's complete rubbish. This is another one of those things where they take something that's narrowly true. In this case, some cattle grazing systems can sequester some amount of carbon in soil, and then completely ignore the larger context, like there is no more agricultural land to commit to cattle grazing, there's an opportunity cost of the land used for cattle grazing that could otherwise be sequestering more carbon if it was rewilded or reforested, that even within the cattle grazing systems which sequester some amount of soil into the carbon, they produce more greenhouse gas emissions in the form of methane and nitrous oxide. This is only limited to cattle, doesn't say anything about monogastrics like poultry and pigs. There's a small minority of cattle that are actually on grass-fed, pasture-reared systems. Only about 26% of the world's meat comes from ruminants, and only about 8% of beef is from grass-fed systems. So completely ignore all of that and just focus in on this very narrow fact about cattle sequestering carbon in soil. Hope nobody asks about all of the larger context. And then, bang, there's your conclusion. Cattle, part of the solution. This is why none of these people will ever debate. Freddie Leroy is going to spend the rest of his life running from debate. Frank Mitloehner as well, who's another one of these ghouls who lies about the climate impact of livestock. Also blocked me on LinkedIn. Also will spend the rest of his life running from debate. These are the top pro-meat scientists, by the way. These are not like fringe people. These are not like Matt Acton, random fucking people. These are the top scientists, the best that the other side has to offer in terms of arguments in favour of livestock production. I'm not exaggerating. There's a reason why Frederick Leroy's name dropped in this particular report. He's like the guy when it comes to lying about the climate impacts of livestock systems. He's their top guy. And he is terrified to debate because he knows that he is one question away from utter collapse. He's a coward and he's going to spend the rest of his life running from me. World Without Cows was produced by animal nutrition company Alltech, which rakes in an annual revenue of around $2.6 billion. Yeah, about those big agri-food companies that are trying to push a plant-rich diet agenda. Oh yeah, no. Oh yeah, no, there's actually massive agri-food companies trying to push pro-meat agenda. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Oh yeah, they literally funded a documentary which is shown at COP30 in order to lobby for the livestock sector with an annual revenue of $2.6 billion. Oh yes, I was about that. These people, these Freddie Leroy's and Frank Mitloehners and who the other fuck was that they mentioned in here. They're deeply unserious people. They are renting their mouths out to the livestock industries. It's disgusting. One of the most triggering things we mentioned to him. I have some good clips of him losing to Irina Herson on my channel. Let's actually go and watch some of that. Hey, for a treat, just for a treat. No, I'll tell you what. I'll finish this article and then we'll read it because we're near the end now. Beef and lamb have repeatedly been identified as the biggest culprits of environmental damage in the food sector. According to the carbon footprint calculator CO2 Everything, 100-gram serving of beef is equivalent to 78.7 kilometers of driving, releasing 15.5 kilograms of CO2 equivalent. To promote the film, Alltech set up a subsidiary called Planet of Plenty LLC, dedicated to science-led storytelling, advocacy, and educational initiatives that amplify agriculture's vital role in creating a sustainable future, the report reads. Yeah, they love this term storytelling. Science-led storytelling, they say. Stops short of science. But yeah, they're very. They have some great lobbyists who are skilled at creating a story that sounds compelling, just as long as nobody gets to ask them any questions. Seriously, go search for Frederick Leroy debate or Frank Mitloehner debate. You won't find any. They avoid debate like the plague, and they're wise to. Because the whole fragile little worldview comes crumbling down so easily with the gentlest of pushes. While industry representatives at COP30 did discuss solutions that could help reduce emissions from meat and dairy, such as improving feed efficiency and turning manure into biogas, the report states that talks on dietary change were few and far between. Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. How else could we reduce livestock emissions? Maybe reducing livestock? No, don't say that. We don't want to talk about that. Talk about the feed efficiency. Talk about the bullshit into biogas initiative. The BIB, we've got the BIB tent over there, right by the UN blue zone. The bullshit into biogas. Yeah, talk about that. Don't talk about eating less meat. No. In the run-up to COP30, Changing Markets also identified industry narratives positioning meat as healthy or part of wellness trends being pushed by prominent influencers. Yep, we know about that. We've seen the Sean Baker debates and the Paul Saladino and all of those clowns. When you see these people on social media, give them a pause and look into their eyes and know that they are bought and paid for by the meat industry. It's fucking disgusting, honestly. A separate DSMOG investigation found that news anchors, doctors, and models were being hired by agribusiness companies to legitimize the industry's actions and enhance its reputation. About those big billion-dollar companies that are trying to influence food sector narratives. It's actually the livestock sector who have been paying news anchors, doctors, and models to enhance its reputation. Yeah, about that. Despite the insidious lobbying, the report does highlight how there have been some progress on tackling food systems at national levels. For example, Denmark launched its Action Plan for Plant-Based Foods back in 2023, which aims to reduce meat consumption and increase healthy plant-rich diets. FAO declined to comment. Yeah, sad. Who is this clown from FAO who they're quoting here? Teenson, what's his title? Director of Animal Production and Health Division at the UN's Food and Agriculture Organization. Stands up at the meat industry conference and says, "Well, my stomach is empty. I don't have time to talk about sustainability." Hello? What is this? Then you've got your Freddie Leroy, well-known ghoul, Eric Mittenhall. I don't know who this person is. Meat Institute. Well, yeah, that's another beauty. These people are beneath contempt. All right, we won't get drawn into this. All right, let's see a couple of these Freddie Leroy shorts that you can share with them on Twitter. Shorts, here we go. Well, so here's a recent one. Freddie Leroy is still running from debate, where I show the Freddie Leroy website and also talk about a couple of the dumb arguments that he presents in the Dublin Declaration. Then we got Veganuary 2.0, so this goes back a little way. I did a short every day in January. That was kind of a slog, honestly. Probably see my hair growing if you look at these all in sequence. Here we go. Fred Leroy never said that. This is a good one.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's not a scientific piece of writing. Absolutely, it's more of a pamphlet. But it does send a message, a very strong message, and it's confirmed by an independent research published just this year that it sends a message: reducing animal consumption and production is not necessary or even helpful to sufficiently limit the environmental impact. And that's a wrong message that it's sending.
But that's not a wrong message. Where do you see that?
The worry is. And it's not balanced in this terms of evidence it presents, because the evidence is also about the reduction as a necessity.
This is what I mean about how quickly they'll back off their claims and implications. Like, clearly the Dublin Declaration is written to try and suggest this. There's empirical evidence that it is read that way, which Irina Herson was referring to there. And when it's put to Freddie Leroy, we never said that. We never said that. Man, he's such a piece of work. Here's another Irina Herson going off on Freddie Leroy.
What is happening, Barbara, again, is exactly what you're saying. The most of production increase happens from very intensive units of farming animals. It's not from pastoral systems. They're very minor. I mean, 10% only of all meat is produced from pasture systems, something like this. And only minor percentage of that is actually good for biodiversity, let's say, or sequester enough carbon to offset the emissions. So we're speaking of very, very small percentage of output that is kind of benign environmentally. The majority of it comes from like 20 store pig units in China or really big broiler production, also in the European Union. Finland is another good example, yeah. That's where it comes, it's not agroecological systems. So what we say in our academic response, again, that we need to both improve and downsize. And without downsizing, we cannot improve. Because what is happening, Barbara...
I'm going to put some more clips of this on LinkedIn as well. I have to go and find them, honestly. While we're on the topic of my pal Freddie. Let's have a look at the videos that I've posted here. Should be quite easy to find. I don't post that many videos on LinkedIn. But I had to post some highlights from this debate. Do you know, I was genuinely nervous before this debate went ahead, because I thought Freddie's whole game is to just be obtuse and misleading and making the implication but never making the claim so that he can't be held to the claim. And I knew he's debating another academic, Irina Herson, who I assume is just going to be like too polite to be able to respond adequately. Basically, that was my assumption going in. Like, she's not going to push him in the way that she needs to actually reveal what's going on. And she blew me away. Her performance was unbelievable. She really, really played it well. She did a fantastic job of showing exactly his tricks. Here's another one. Frederick Leroy clarifies that livestock production systems need to be downsized.
We're running out of time. I really want to go to the very core of why Dublin Declaration is so problematic, Frederick.
Yes.
There you write a scientific consensus that presents animal agriculture as a global problem that needs to be downsized rather than optimized. So this is where I think we need both. Do you agree on it?
Good,
well,
direct
optimized
question.
For sure. I think we can both agree on that.
Okay. It
So-
also needs to be
Good.
downsized.
Yeah, so the downsized part is something that I cannot put into numbers. I would not be able to predict based
Look how slippery he is. Look how slippery he is in both those instances. She says, it needs to be optimized and also downsized. Do you agree? And he says, well, definitely needs to be optimized. Yeah, I think we can definitely agree on that. If she hadn't interrupted him there and said, no, answer the bit about downsized, he would have run down the clock. She starts this clip by saying, we're running out of time, right? He's already been running down the clock, like slipping away from her questions because he knows he has to say the thing that he doesn't want to have to say. So she interrupts him and said, well, tell me about downsize. And then he says, well, downsize, who can say the exact amount, really? I don't know. It's impossible to say the exact amount. Like, she's going to interrupt him again, as she bloody should, because he's trying to slip off again and not answer the question. Let's see.
based on the best of evidence, to which degree we would need to downsize.
Keep pushing him.
I think that
Keep
by
pushing him.
optimizing
We
it,
have lots of models that show to what degree. There's some of them are different. There's
had that
total
discussion.
vegan.
She's
There's
going for
some impact of meat. Total vegan is a useful reference point because then you can see whether adding animals is useful. And
gonna push
mostly
him.
we do see that they're useful to a certain degree. And
Do you
then
agree with
these
this
figures
downsize?
exist. But I really want to see whether we are on the same plane, that we have no choice but also downsized the system that we created at the moment.
Will he give a
to
straight
be clear,
answer?
I'm not in principle blocking off downsizing myself personally. Again, I'm not talking for the Dublin Consortium. I think that very likely downsizing will be a result of introducing the boundaries of the playfield, right? But I don't find it productive to come up with a number which is mostly artificial, based on model approaches that are.
So that's the concession. That's where he finally says, look, we are going to have to downsize. And you can see how he's saying it, burying it in the middle of a very long sentence, very long clause, and he's going to say, well, I think that it will be the result of introducing the planetary boundaries, but immediately onto something that he's going to say. He's going to say, identify productive to talk about the exact amount, which, like, that's fine. There's not refuting that you need to have less livestock. So Freddie Leroy, to be very clear here, agrees that there needs to be less livestock. Now, does it need to be a lot less? Does it need to be a hell of a lot less? Well, he's open to talking about the exact amount by which we need to downsize livestock systems. But he's very, very clear here, after Irene Herson interrupts him twice and forces him to be clear, that we do need to downsize livestock systems. Frederick Leroy clarifies that livestock production systems need to be downsized, given planetary boundaries. Frederick Leroy's official on-the-record position here is made very clear. Frederick Leroy, Professor Frederick Leroy, meat industry advocate extraordinaire, pro-meat scientist, quote unquote, agrees livestock systems need to be downsized. Very, 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 very clear after being pushed twice by Irina Herzl on this.
Can be heavily discussed in many cases. You can say that you
Can
can
be heavily
that's where probably
discussed.
we have to end in disagreement. But I think that if you
So
would,
yes, he said yes, we need to
set those
downsize.
boundaries, I'm expecting that yes, you would probably have a downsize effect.
Yes.
in the system.
Excellent.
But
Said
I'm
it
not-
twice. Said it twice. Look how happy Aruna is. It's just really buzzing that they finally answered properly. He said it twice here. Yes, we need to downsize livestock systems. That is the official position of Frederick Leroy. That's a clip. We can take that to Twitter. We can take that to the bank. I think this clip should be amplified until the end of time, so that all of Freddie's pals in the livestock industry can hear him saying, not once but twice, livestock systems need to be downsized. Very clear. He says it twice here. Very, very clear. Not ambiguous. He tries to make it ambiguous. Oh, but this, but that. He tries to not answer the question twice until he's pushed by Aruna Hertzon and interrupted, as he should have been. And now he very clearly says it twice. That smile is everything, isn't it? That is just beautiful. She's honestly my hero. I thought about just making my channel into an Aruna Hertzon fan channel after this debate. Now, this was epic. This was fantastic. I honestly can't believe that she got this out of him. I thought, bugger, he's agreed to debate someone on the Dublin Declaration, but I didn't give her enough credit. That is my fault. I thought she's going to be polite. She's going to be like a sane, hinged academic. She's not going to go off like she needs to. And boy, did she prove me wrong. She did just the right amount of pushing, and he says it twice. We need to reduce livestock systems. Frederick Leroy says we need to reduce livestock systems and downsize livestock systems. Says it twice here.
Comfortable, and I'm talking for myself.
Freddie Leroy says we need to decrease livestock
declaration consortium.
Good commentary.
From my perspective, I don't think it's helpful to come up with a specific target that is coming from a certain model study that I think needs broader discussions, needs deeper, needs more evidence, needs more debate before we take it.
I want to make him clarify. Just say. Yeah. Yes, so to be clear, we do need to
ask some, because we have to also answer some of the questions by your audience.
That was good, Hertzon. Yeah, there was. It's a shame she got cucked by the mod at the end. She was clearly going to push him even more. But he clarifies twice. We need to downsize livestock systems. By the way, see. Oh, one sec. Get rid of that.
Well,
not me in the chat here. Like absolutely filling up the chat, and you can see it's a little small there. The only 3 visible questions are all from Chris Bryant. I don't think the mod asked any of my questions, sadly. She did a good job, though. I will say credit to the mod here. She did actually do a good job in this debate. She cucks it a little bit here. She needs to get to Q&A before the end of the debate. But Aruna Hertzon, like, what a hero. What a hero, for real. Here's another one. All right, last one. I promise. This is getting indulgent, isn't it? Last one here. I'm not saying it's not saying to expand livestock agriculture in Belgium. There's another like trick in the Dublin Declaration where they talk about, or in some societies, animal source foods are a really important source of nutrition, and in some societies, livestock's amongst the only assets that women can own. So this is actually a feminist issue. We need to be oppressing animals more because it's a feminist issue. A lot of this is talking about developing countries, and then again, they're saying things which are narrowly true when you're talking about developing countries, stripping away all of the context and then taking it to governments in developed countries and lobbying against any efforts to reduce livestock production and consumption. But here, Aruna Hertzon pushes him and gets him to concede that they're not talking about developed countries. It's not saying to expand livestock agriculture in Belgium. Let's have a look.
Back, Frederick, because this is the paper that you published on Dublin Declaration in Nature, and there you cite yourself and your colleague Ederer, expanding animal production output is the most readily available way to nourish the world sufficiently in the future. And this is where I had to step in and ask my colleagues to prepare a rebuttal in an academic journal. And this is what is 5 other academic pieces arguing with. And this is where I want to be very, very clear.
Right. Okay. So expand. So what it's really saying is that.
Look how nervous he is. What a weasel. Look at the little. He's on the weasel diet.
Okay. So expand. So what it's really saying is that in cases where we have serious problems of food security and nutrient security, expanding livestock is the best way we have to deal with those kind of situations. That's what it's really saying. It's not saying to expand livestock agriculture in Belgium. The purpose, the underlying meaning here is that it's one of the best tools we have currently to fix issues with undernourishment, malnourishment, and that's.
In case anyone missed it, I did put in quite bold text in the middle of the screen, but just in case anyone missed it, Frederick Leroy clarifies here the Dublin Declaration does not offer any argument against reducing livestock in developed countries. Just in case anybody thought that the Dublin Declaration was giving an argument against the need to reduce livestock production and consumption in developed countries, Frederick Leroy, Mr. Pro-Meat scientist, the top guy who argues in favour of the livestock industry from a scientific perspective, quote unquote, clarifies here that his document does not give any argument for expanding livestock agriculture in developed countries. Just in case anybody was confused about that point. Because some people could have got the impression from the Dublin Declaration authors' persistent lobbying of all sorts of governments in defence of the livestock industry and arguing for expanding and not putting restrictions on the livestock industry in any sort of countries. Some people might have got the impression that the Dublin Declaration offered any sort of argument in defence of livestock in developed countries. Yeah, some people might have got that impression. So just so that it's clear, Frederick Leroy clarifies here, it's not saying to expand livestock agriculture in Belgium.
The purpose, the underlying meaning here is that it's one of the best tools we have currently to fix issues with undernourishment, malnourishment, and that's where the benefit of livestock is. It's a readily available technology, if you want, that has been mobilized over millennia. We have been using animals to.
There's the irrelevant appeal to evolutionary history again. We've been doing this for millennia.
To improve food security situations.
Yeah. Okay, so what again we're bringing is the context. So
yeah,
in
absolutely.
some places of the world we can increase it somewhat because the limitations of land and water are very tight in the places where people actually need to eat more calories or micronutrients. But expansion is just not physically possible. And the only way forward is a reduction.
Just in case anybody was confused about what the Dublin Declaration is arguing, because of all of their misleading arguments about it. These are the ones we watched already. These are the ones I posted on as shorts as well. I guess I have posted a few videos on LinkedIn. All right, I said last one, but really last one now. Frederick Leroy in 2018, meat industry communication has to come from academia. Frederick Leroy in 2022, the Dublin Declaration. Here he is saying the quiet part loud.
Well, the meat industry, as such, has a difficult time communicating because, first of all, it's a scattered industry. There are no specific budgets for PR, so they have difficulties in communicating. And second,
wrong. Well, maybe this was more true in 2018. This is literally just before we've seen all of the massive amounts of pro-meat PR. So this guy played a role in shaping that.
Secondly, they also they're kind of contaminated because they have financial interests. So it is not very obvious for the meat industry to communicate. Communication has to come from somewhere else, I believe. Communication has to come from academia, from people that do the communication has to come from somewhere else, I believe. Communication has to come from academia.
Such a ghoul.
From people that do the research, that look at the facts, interpret the facts, and come to sound conclusions and bring those conclusions to the public in a way that is based on
Zoom in on the shifty eyes. Oh.
and bring those conclusions to the public in a way that is based on state-of-the-art science rather than on hasty and sloppy interpretations.
Oh man. God, he's such a fucking ghoul.
Well, the meat industry...
Stop. Oh, vey. Nice, Poe. Hi, Dr. Frederick Leroy. I've just a lot of discussion around your views, but very little direct engagement with critics like Chris Bryant. Is there a reason you prefer not to have a moderated discussion, or would you be open to one? Seems like it would clear up a lot of ongoing disagreements. With a screenshot of the website, what do you think of this style? Is it provocative enough? Yeah, you do you, Poe. You got to be true to your voice. That's good. I love that. I love that. You can be meaner if you want to. I think it's kind of... This is like some of my early Freddie communications. If you want to go back in my LinkedIn timeline, I started off like a year and a bit ago, where I'm like, "Hey, think there might be some hey, Fred, hey, Fred, I think you might have got a few things wrong on here, or like maybe forgotten to mention a couple of things. Lol. Hey, maybe we could chat. Maybe we could chat about it sometime. You know." I'm starting off kind of assuming good faith on Freddie Leroy's part, and as time goes on, I get more unhinged, which I think is totally warranted. Let me see if I can find any of the early ones. I don't know, I was very polite early on. There's not going to be any Freddie posts in here. I'd have to go back in my actual posts. Probably too far. Oh, this is oh no, that's something else. This is an early Freddie post, 11 months ago. Freddie Leroy says that the meat industry has no influence over the Dublin Declaration of Scientists. You must not have seen this figure by Johann Krattenmacher, Romain Espinosa, L. Sanders, Richard Twine, and Bill Ripple. The details are a little complex, so I've translated it into a classic 4-panel meme for the modern scroller. To his credit, Frederick Leroy is indeed the only one of 6 co-authors of the Dublin Declaration who does not get paid directly by the livestock industries. The other 5 co-authors, Pierre Ederer, Rod Polkinghorn, Colette Castor, another one blocked me, Mohammed Kumari and Declan Troy, all are, as the kids say, getting that bag. Hoping people know about this at FAO, World Health Organization, UNEP, European Parliamentary Research Service, European Commission. So this is a diagram of all of the financial and other links from Dublin Declaration co-authors. And here's Freddie, the only one of the co-authors who's not directly on the payroll. So that's pretty good memes. What other Freddie posts have we got on here? Oh, this is the rebuttals to criticism page on the Dublin Declaration website. So I haven't looked at this in a while, actually. Let's have a look at it. dublindeclaration.org. Rebuttals. Surely if I Control F, Bryant. Nope. Still nothing to say about my published critique or my many unpublished critiques. Dublin Declaration of Scientists, how come you never write, sad face? This is more creative. Frederick Leroy, this you? When meet industry scientists say there's been no scientific criticism of the Dublin Declaration. This you? This is my pending friend request to Freddie Leroy. Also 10 months ago. That was a good time. That was a good time in my life. I was having a lot of fun then. Oh, this is a good one. Me on stage with everyone who's willing to defend the Dublin Declaration of Scientists. I mean, come on. That's good, isn't it? This is when he finally blocked me when I posted the website. Next level trolling, indeed. And here I am in my favourite t-shirt. The t-shirt of the website. Yeah, this is where I first got the Paul Wood debate challenge as well. Chris, I said I would discuss this with you, but I've not heard from you. I'd hate to have to print you another t-shirt. I mean, funny. Paul Wood debate was good. That was a high point, honestly. God, I bloody love LinkedIn. Oh, let me not dox you guys who are watching. Alright, let's get rid of them. Freddy. God, I went off on one there, didn't I? Always worth it, honestly. Always a good time thinking about my pal. When I'm not streaming, I'm just looking at this website. I'm just like sadly counting up the time here. Oh, there's links to both of our LinkedIn pages. And there's the block. There's the Freddie Leroy block. Freddie! No way, Poe, that's based. Forward, Frederick, Thomas Richardson, nice. Two villains and a good guy. I'll get you going. That's a good set of profiles to follow, I guess. Oy vey. Alright, what else have we got? I would love to debate Freddie Leroy. I would love to get my fucking hands on that little weasel. But I think Irina Herson did a pretty good job. If Irina Herson hadn't debated him and made him look a fool and exposed him so well, I think I would have fucking exploded by now. That really, really scratched the itch for me, that debate. I did a whole react to it, which I'll link as well. The full unedited debate earlier, but in case you want my commentary, which I'm sure you do, I'll put that in chat also, because it's a good time. It's a bloody good time. Oh, here's more Freddie content. There's me and Matthew Nagrid talking about Freddie Leroy on Type Bill's podcast. That's also a pretty good one. Oh, did I? Yeah, sorry, that I messed up that link there. There you go. And here's the my full react to the Irina Herson debate as well. My hero. I need to get a poster of I need to get an Irina Herson poster. Too far? I don't know. Okay, there's more Freddie content on my YouTube. And if we go back to the very start, the first video on my channel is this one. The Dublin Declaration is misleading junk science. 5-minute video posted 11 months ago. It's going to be almost a year. My channel is nearly 1 year old. It's sometime in March. I think it's like it must be like a few days from the cake day for my channel. Should we watch this? Let's watch it. Let's see how far I've come as a video maker. I mostly do streaming now. But let's see how far I've come, and also this is a good little summary of the Dublin Declaration as well.
Hi.
Look at this. This is the old wall colour. The old mic as well. This is my first video. I'm very straight-laced. I'm thinking this is mostly for an academic or a policy audience. And I'm glad that I did, Route 1 straight-faced video at the start. But I'm glad I don't stick too rigidly to this anymore. Let's see how far I've come.
Hi, my name's Chris Bryant. I'm a scientist and I'm the lead author of this paper criticising the infamous Dublin Declaration. The Dublin Declaration is a misleading document written by meat industry executives and used by meat industry lobbyists to trick policymakers into thinking that there's no need for us to reduce our meat consumption in developed countries, despite an abundance of scientific evidence to the contrary.
The audio mixing is a little bit cooked. Not too bad though, not too bad. True, little sunshine, yeah. You got some catching up to do. There's a lot of this old, very dry mouth sound content to be discovered. I appreciate you, thank you. Maybe I'll do something special for the 1 year.
Essentially, the Dublin Declaration focuses almost entirely on livestock in the developing world and in agroecological systems. These are two categories which are far easier to defend, but which account for a tiny proportion of all livestock.
Yeah, this is the central criticism in our paper about the Dublin Declaration. 2% of total meat consumption is going on in low-income countries. So the Dublin Declaration really riffs on these countries where livestock's amongst the only assets that women are allowed to own, and it's vital for food security and stuff like this. They're talking about 2% of livestock. And then we're the previous part as well, where they talk about agroecology, only 25% coming from ruminants, and some fraction of that coming from grass-fed systems.
Obviously, meat consumption in developed countries and meat production on factory farms account for almost all of the world's actual meat. On this article in the meat industry publication Beef Central, I commented, pointing out 3 papers which explain why the Dublin Declaration is misleading. Beef Central edited my comment to add, "in my opinion." I did not write that. Moreover, that's actually not just my opinion. There's now empirical evidence that the Dublin Declaration is misleading, and that's not something you can say for that many documents. Not only that, they added this note saying that there are glaring inaccuracies and mistruths in the reports that are linked, and promising to circle back for some closer scrutiny later. Well, later never came, here we are 4 months later, and now I thought I'd return the favour. Since you guys were so eager to weigh in on my comment to point out glaring inaccuracies and mistruths, I'm sure you won't mind if I do the same with this Beef Central interview with the lead Dublin Declaration author, Professor Frederick Leroy. Let's take a look how he handles this question about criticism of the Dublin Declaration.
So typically, if criticism against the Dublin Declaration or against similar initiatives or scientific communication comes out, typically it will boil down to discrediting the scientists by insinuating that their science is biased because of industry affiliations or industry funding. I want to stress that the Dublin Declaration is an independent initiative, coming from independent.
Like, seriously, what a fucking liar. This is an independent initiative. Look, here's the Dublin Declaration. Here's the co-authors, and here's all of their many links to the meat industry, dairy industry, animal industry, animal industry, animal industry, animal industry, meat industry. In what sense is this independent from the animal industry? The authors also co-created the special issue of the journal that this was published in, self-referenced correspondence from elsewhere that they had also written. They're just heavily entrenched in the livestock industries. This is not meeting any definition of independent. He's just lying.
Independent scientists. There has been no funding whatsoever from industry or influence over what we're doing by industry.
Can that possibly be true? There's been no influence over what they're doing from the industry. He's just fucking lying. This is infuriating. Like, he's just lying.
And in the end, the only argument we ever hear is that scientists that come with a pro-livestock message, that emphasize the benefits of livestock, that they, almost by definition, would be corrupted scientists. That's very problematic, and it's also very insulting, as a matter of fact.
Cry me a fucking river, Freddy. It's very insulting. It's very insulting to imply that these scientists have anything to do with the livestock industry. Yeah, what, you mean apart from all of these extensive connections to the livestock industry? Cry me a fucking river. What manipulative shit.
And unacceptable.
It's unacceptable.
We hardly ever hear scientific arguments. We never get scientific comments, specific scientific comments on what is wrong in what we're saying. If you read the Dublin Declaration, and if you actually take the time to read through it, it's not a long document to begin with, and it's a very balanced declaration. It's a declaration that argues that food systems need to change, that livestock systems need to change. But it also says that livestock systems are absolutely essential if you want to have a sustainable food system. And I don't see how that could be a controversial idea. And people that say that it's a problematic declaration, well, they would have to point out which exact sentence in that declaration is problematic, and then
Do you see even that wording and that phrasing? Oh, you have to point out which exact sentence is problematic. Like, if that's how you speak about something that you've deliberately written to be misleading. Oh, you'll never find the sentence. You'll never find the sentence that's wrong. That's how you speak about something that you've deliberately written to mislead. Oh, I'm sure, we checked it so many times, all the sentences are correct. So pathetic. This is the context thing that I'm talking about, right? It's full of these sentences which are technically correct but ignore all of the context. Like, livestock provides livestock is a source of essential nutrients. Didn't say that it was an essential source of nutrients. Never said that. Never said that. That's why he does the debate with Irina Herson. We never said that. I didn't say that. Well, it really gives the impression that there's no need to reduce livestock for the climate. Well, we never said that. Where'd you get that idea? You'll never find the sentence that says that. What a turd.
Further discussion.
Yes, you heard that right. The lead author of the Dublin Declaration explicitly denies any influence from the meat industry when every single one of the lead authors was entrenched in the industry.
Editing could be a little bit tighter in this video. Looking down at my notes there. Editing could be a little bit tighter.
The lead authors was entrenched in the industry. Now, it's true that conflicts of interest can exist and they don't automatically make your research findings invalid. But these guys failed to disclose their conflicts of interest and were even explicitly denying conflicts of interest until they were discovered by investigative journalists. Professor Leroy is also very pleased to tell us that there has been no scientific critique of the Dublin Declaration. There has in fact been at least 5 published scientific critiques of the Dublin Declaration, although to be fair, many of these have come out since Professor Leroy gave this interview. Now, the Dublin Declaration people like to point to the
This is when I still had like an ounce of good faith towards this guy.
rebuttals page on their website, where they have now responded to some of the criticisms that I showed, although they don't really tackle the central issues of those critiques. Moreover, when I searched for a response to my own critique, they have not provided one. Professor Leroy says that
Still true.
that
People that say that it's a problematic declaration, well, they would have to point out which exact sentence in that declaration is problematic, and then we can have a further discussion.
since my critique of the Dublin Declaration came out, I've tagged Professor Leroy and the Dublin Declaration in several posts.
Oh, here we go. There's a few of my LinkedIn posts about it. Please share with policy people. The misleading document is being used to lobby in defence of livestock industries. Dublin Declaration of Scientists was led by senior people within the livestock industries, deliberately cherry-picks evidence to present a biased view in favour of livestock, misleads readers into frames that it cannot actually defend, does not make any argument against the needs to reduce the vast majority of meat in the world. I'm tagging all of the lead authors so that they can comment and disagree if I'm wrong. Pierre Edouard, Frederick Leroy, Warwick Polkinghorne, Colette Castor, Mohammed Kumari, Declan Troy. Do you have any disagreements with these 4 points? Guess how many of them commented with disagreements? Yeah.
If the Dublin Declaration came out, I've tagged Professor Leroy and the
Thank you to the University of Bath for the press release on our rebuttal of the Dublin Declaration of Scientists. In a Nature Food commentary, 12 scientists from various research institutions around the world argue that the Dublin Declaration narrowly focuses on benefits from a small minority of livestock while overlooking the clear harms of the majority of livestock for human health and the environment.
Dublin Declaration in several posts.
Dublin Declaration scientists still posting L's. From something that Paul Behrens posted.
On LinkedIn. He even viewed my profile, so...
This is good faith maxing. I'm delighted to have made some real progress in discussing the scientific merits of the Dublin Declaration of Scientists this week. A major criticism of the Dublin Declaration is that it's misleading. It suggests some claims without explicitly saying them. Therefore, it is very informative to investigate the implied claims to see who will stand by them and who actually understands the Dublin Declaration game of hide the ball. For example, the Dublin Declaration talks a lot about the nutritional value of animal foods in developing countries and in certain subpopulations. This gives the impression that overall eating more meat is not unhealthy, but of course this is not referring to everyone or even the average person. The Dublin Declaration of Scientists does not claim and cannot support the view that the current levels of meat consumption in developed countries are healthy or sustainable. Some Dublin Declaration supporters, like Michael Lee, understand this and have the intellectual freedom to talk about it honestly. For example, Professor Lee agrees that the UK population would be healthier if we reduced our consumption of processed chicken. That won't be a popular view for some of Professor Lee's colleagues, but there's a strong sign of intellectual integrity and a credit to Harper Adams University. Other Dublin Declaration supporters like Pierre Ederer, Frederick Leroy and Dr. Rod Polkinghorne understand this and have the good sense not to answer any difficult questions in public. They've carefully crafted the precise wording in the paper, and their strategy now is to ignore and obfuscate any criticism rather than directly answer hard questions. But some Dublin Declaration supporters, like Paul Wood from the Australian Academy of Technological Sciences and Engineering, didn't get the memo. Professor Wood takes the view that the most important health issue in developed countries is obesity. 66% are overweight or obese in Australia, where Professor Wood lives, but takes the remarkable position that there would be no improvement in health outcomes if meat consumption was reduced. Let's cut off a little bit more here. This is good, like a good long post. But yeah, notice how I've been saying the same things about the Dublin Declaration for close to a year, well over a year. The criticism hasn't changed, and it hasn't needed to change, because they have not done anything to refute the criticism. They're doing exactly what I've been saying, hiding the ball, making these misleading statements that suggest one thing without explicitly claiming them because they know that they can't defend them, backing off when they're actually having a debate and confronted on it with people like Irina Herzog, just straight up avoiding difficult conversations.
He has definitely seen my criticisms. I would love to have a scientific discussion with Professor Leroy about the Dublin Declaration and the role of livestock in society.
God, I had such high hopes. 11 months ago, had such high hopes.
Reach out to me and we can set it up. I'm sure lots of people would like to see that. For now, I think that this short video is enough to demonstrate to most people that the Dublin Declaration is misleading junk science. Anybody who claims that the Dublin Declaration gives any defence of the vast majority of meat and livestock products that are actually consumed in the real world has either been successfully misled or is being knowingly dishonest. Cheers. If you found this useful and you want to see more short videos debunking misinformation from the meat industry, you can follow me here at these links.
Well, there we go. That's my video production capacity has come a long way since then, I like to think. My first YouTube video. I've got a decent chunk of content on here, eh? 281 videos, bloody hell. Have I really done nearly a video a day since starting a year ago? Don't say I don't treat you guys well for content. Wow, I had no idea it was that many. 281, that's a lot, hey? This is my first debate with Glenn Burrows. A little tame, honestly. I wasn't that interested. He pretty much conceded the main part of the debate before we actually spoke. So the discussion ended up being a little tame. This is like me dunking on Jean-François Quet, who's another one of these pro-meat ghouls. Well, before I had a YouTube channel, I went and found the recording of this and stuck that up. So that's a good one. There's Paul Wood. We didn't have any debates for a while after that. There's Patrick Raceroff. That was a pretty good one. A few friendly conversations, not too many debates though. This was kind of a debate, the recent VPM conversation. Does that include live streams? No, it doesn't. Although most of my recent videos are stream clips, basically. When was the last time I did a prepared video? A little while ago now. Probably forget me January, actually. I think this is the last time I did one of these, like, edited, talking to camera vids. 2 months ago, yeah. Well, no, very nearly 3 months ago. And since then, it's stream clips. I do like the streaming. Anyway. Oi, oi, oi. Yeah, not bad, right, Pay? Then say I don't spoil you guys. I might have to do a prepared video on welfareism. That's really calling to me at the moment. It's something I've been thinking about more, and getting into Reddit comment section debates. I just wish it's something that more vegans would understand, frankly. Actually had a real nice moment earlier on because somebody actually changed their mind on this in a comment thread, which bowled me over. This was an awesome moment in my life. I posted the VPM discussion on the vegan subreddit, and as I knew and anticipated, a lot of people were commenting on here. Well, so the video is called, the debate's called "Is Cage-Free Better?" And so, of course, I anticipated like a lot of vegans commenting saying, oh, there's no difference, or it doesn't matter, like boo welfareism, basically. And again, I'm saying this in a dismissive way now, but I understand the reflex, because most of the time when you're hearing about welfareism, it's from meatheads who are trying to justify not being vegan, and who exclusively get meat from their uncle's high welfare farm, right? So I totally get it to be like the default response to hearing about this is like, that's a scam, it's misleading, like don't, high welfare stuff is, we don't endorse that, right? And I don't endorse it. I don't think that people should buy eggs if they're from cage-free systems, and like, I don't think that it's fine to eat meat as long as it's free range and stuff like that. My advocacy for welfareism is very pragmatic and very focused on the impacts on animal production and consumption. I do think that it's better if the animals are in better conditions than in worse conditions. But the key thing is about increasing the cost curves of animal farming. And by putting more restrictions on what animal farms are or not allowed to do, you increase the cost of animal farming. So anyway, posted the debate in the vegan subreddit, is cage-free better? Someone commented, questions like this are annoying. Is cage-free better? Yes, obviously. Does this relate to veganism? No, obviously. Do vegans in general want the best for animals, and if given the choice between two bad options, would pick the least bad? Also, yes, obviously. What actual interesting discussion do you expect from this? This is actually one of the less antagonistic comments I had, honestly. Like, at least this person's saying, yes, obviously it matters if the animals are suffering less. Some people are straight up like, no, it doesn't matter, it makes no difference at all. Which I think is deeply counterproductive. So this was this is a critical comment, but it's actually fairly, this is one of the better ones, I think. I said, if you watch the video, you'll find out that part of the point of cage-free is to increase the cost of farming animals so as to decrease the number of animals farmed. Passing laws against cages, like the UK is about to do, very likely saves more animals than someone going vegan. And they replied, your definition of save does not align with veganism. Your points are true on an animal welfare front, though that's not the point of veganism. I said, I'm actually not talking about the welfare improvements. It literally means that fewer animals get bred into farming. By imposing additional costs on animal farms, welfare standards, worker standards, environmental standards, etc., we increase the cost of animal products and therefore decrease the number of animals farmed. Imagine the ultimate welfare standard where all chickens have to have a 5-star holiday before slaughter. Clearly, in that instance, it becomes unfeasible to farm chickens. Cage-free is another point on that scale, and we should support anything that decreases the number of animals farmed. I totally appreciate that this is not that widely understood, and that many vegans are allergic to welfare standards because meat eaters use them as a justification. But when farms genuinely, pardon me, But when farms genuinely have to implement costly standards, it means fewer animals get farmed. And now this was like the biggest hope pill I've had in a long time. From this person being like, say, mildly antagonistic towards the pro-welfareism stance. After I explained at some reasonable length here, they said, yes, I think I see now the controversy you picture. On the one hand, you make the fight for animal liberation harder when animals are living an actual good life prior to their execution. On the other hand, the absolute number of animals in the system gets reduced. If that's absolutely speaking better, I don't know. It's something worth discussing further, though. Thanks for explaining it more. Sorry for my unnecessarily harsh dismissal earlier. I've never, like, sometimes I'm like, the vegan subreddit's infiltrated, and like, these are all meat industry operatives and so on, but occasionally you do get comments where you're like, wow, there's like good faith and kindness pouring out of this stranger on the internet. And maybe it is worth arguing in the comment section. Maybe this is all worth it. Like, this was really one of those moments for me. I said, hey, I really appreciate you being willing to think about it further and change your mind. That's really not too common, and it's a huge predictor of how successful our movement will be. Kudos to you. There got some other people here who are a little more difficult to persuade. But I'll dwell on the victories, I think. I'll dwell on the positive interactions. We got a lot of comments one way or another on the cultivated meat video that I just posted. I say just, this was 4 hours ago. Not doing too badly, 281 up, not doing too badly. Number 2 post on Vegan Today, let's go. Alright, I won't read through these. This is gonna be too much, I think. We'll stick on the good ones. Quit while we're ahead. Oh good, Basic Bitch replied to my post in Vegan. Alright. Seems like they're saying something nice, so, you know. Some people appear not to understand that this is an animal-free product. A lot of people are like, why is this in the vegan subreddit? How's the Michaela Peterson post doing? Yeah, not bad as well. 297 up. Not bad, not bad. Vegan philosophers, true. Respect animals. Damn, this one really has generated a lot of comments. Look at that. I've never seen that many comments on a post. On one of my posts. 114 comments, Jesus. Well, there you go. Discourse. Discourse is occurring. Oh yeah. There's a little bit of good news on vegan FTA. MPs to scrutinise toxic ammonia gas from UK factory farms. In February 2026, MPs formally pledged to investigate toxic ammonia gas from animal farming in the UK, following evidence that pollution around industrial chicken units had been surging in several regions. The move comes after a joint investigation in 2024 by the Bureau of Investigative Journalism and the newspaper revealed rising emissions around US-style poultry megafarms and raised alarm for people living near these facilities. Farm muck from confined animals releases ammonia, which can react in the air to form tiny PM2.5 particles that penetrate lungs, enter the bloodstream, and also damage ecosystems. Although national ammonia levels have fallen since 2017, the investigation found sharp increases in hotspots packed with factory farms, including parts of Wales, Norfolk, Lincolnshire, and counties along the River Wye. An employee and environmental regulator warned the Bureau of Investigative Journalists that the more farms you add in an area, the more total ammonia is released. This is a real weakness, as you do not have a single ammonia emission limit set for the region. The Environmental Audit Select Committee, chaired by Labour MP Toby Perkins, will examine whether current air quality targets can truly protect human and non-human communities, and will focus explicitly on ammonia from agriculture and slurry spreading. Campaigners opposing animal factories welcomed the inquiry as overdue scrutiny of an industry whose waste gases have been allowed to build up around rural communities. Natasha Hurley, Deputy Director of the campaign group Food Rise, said, "With US-style megafarms on the rise in the UK, blighting our communities, we applaud the Environmental Audit Committee's decision to include air pollution linked to agriculture in the scope of its inquiry." Scientists emphasised that while tailpipe pollution from motor vehicles may have fallen due to the incorporation of electric vehicles, ammonia from animal agriculture has seen little improvement in the last decade, and a significant share of the PM2.5 inhaled by people in UK cities actually originates in farming emissions. Well, this seems like a little bit of good news and a move in the right direction against a backdrop of horror, obviously, as these things always are. The UK's Environmental Audit Select Committee is going to include agricultural emissions and ammonia in its inquiry on air pollution. And yeah, this is not fun if you live in one of the communities that is one of these places with a ton of factory farms, right? If you live in, where do they say it? Wales, Norfolk, Lincolnshire, and counties along the River Wye. This is not fun, because there's a ton of air pollution coming from the shit and piss of industrially farmed, densely confined animals. Like, imagine the smell in this room that we're looking at, this warehouse. The reason why it stinks, and like, if you actually imagine being here and like how much you'd be gasping for breath and wanting to get out of there, is largely ammonia in the air. Your body knows that this is not a good thing. Yeah, penetrates lungs, into the bloodstream. The more farms you add in an area, the more total ammonia is released. So if you live in parts of Wales, Norfolk, Lincolnshire, you're basically living in the septic tank of the UK's food system. Sorry to be the one to tell you that. But, you know, don't shoot the messenger. It's the fault of the factory farms, and frankly, the people buying the products from the factory farms. There is some individual responsibility going on here. If you're consuming chicken or eggs, it's very, very likely that they come from a facility that look like this. So don't be fooled that you're the 1% buying the free range from the happy animals. Almost all chicken production looks like this. And you are funding the fuel for the country's septic tanks, which are polluting areas like Wales, Norfolk, and Lincolnshire. So, good on the Environmental Audit Committee for including these agricultural emissions in their inquiry. And why wouldn't they, right? These are emissions. This is air pollution. This is happening. I'm sure that the livestock lobbyists don't want that to be included, and I'm sure they presented their arguments as to why they should be immune somehow from this inquiry. But there you go. MPs are going to be scrutinising toxic ammonia gas from UK factory farms. Bad time to be a factory farmer. Based UK. Wow. $373 million gas protein factory. Gas protein. There's the based Middle East again, investing in alternative proteins. Investing fucking hundreds of millions in oil money in alternative proteins. We'll take it. We'll take it. Right. It's 20 to 5. I do need to do a little bit on these slides. I'm going to do it on stream. And we're going to make it fun, alright? So in case you thought that I was just going to do work that I need to do and stream it to get my hours up, we are going to make it fun. So make sure you stick around for this. Let's have a look. So this is the story so far. I'm going to present these slides this Saturday at the VARC conference in Manchester about Vegan 2.0. Here's the definition of vegan. Here's my adapted definition for Vegan 2.0, where we go from excluding as far as possible and practicable all forms of exploitation to preventing as efficiently and effectively as possible the worst forms of exploitation. And here's the explanation behind that. This is diminishing returns, where you can reduce harm for additional effort. And at first, you can make a little bit of effort and get a large reduction in harm. But the further you move along the curve, now it takes a lot of effort to get only a little additional reduction in harm. And perhaps we could add a slide here with my favorite examples of medicine that contains milk powder. Google image search for images, good. Which medicine looks the milkiest? Let's do tablets. I think that's... Of course, that's what comes up. Of course, that's what comes up if you search for tablets. Alright, what should I search? Medical tablets, I guess? Alright. No, I don't want anything with a brand name. Oh, there you go, that's perfect. It's a little small, isn't it? So, for example, avoiding medicine that might contain milk powder. This is something you could do to be the more perfect vegan, but it will come at a great additional effort for a tiny amount of additional benefit. And the other example I like to give here is leather seats in a car. This is refusing a ride in a taxi if it has leather seats. There you go. I think I'm creating demand for leather by even searching that on Google Images. Could argue it. You could argue it. Lovely, lovely. Alright, never mind, I won't worry too much about this entry. And then here's my favourite example of this principle in motion. The Jain monks. Some of these guys have their brooms here where they sweep the ground in front of them so that they avoid stepping on any insects. But they are pathetic suffering reduction cucks compared to the real hardcores, who also wear the mouth cover to avoid accidentally inhaling insects. Compared to these guys are monsters. So again, this is talking about, and maybe I'll copy these slides to reiterate the point here. Diminishing returns on additional effort. So you can make a little effort, reduce suffering a lot. You can make a lot of effort, reduce suffering a little later on. So you get diminishing returns, which is not the case for advocacy, where you get compounding returns. Or at least linear returns. I guess you have... Well, maybe you have some compounding returns. Anyway, I won't get hung up on that. Then this is talking about give more, and this is talking about the value of outsourcing some things rather than trying to do it yourself, because generally professionals are going to do a better job than we can as non-professionals. Maybe I'll just put like some nice title slides as well. Now this is the first place where we've got a gap in the slides, and actually this is probably what I'm going to work on now. So we want to be talking about the most effective charities here. Let's do some AIing. Having spoken earlier with Richie about AI, let's do some AIing. So what I've got in the slides, AIDS charities are 1,000 times more effective than animal charities. So £100 like £100,000. Now I looked this up last time, and it seems like the original source for that idea has kind of disappeared and or been watered down. But what we know, what are the estimates for how much more effective the best animal charities are compared to average animal charities? I think that's enough. Searching EA forum there. What's the most effective animal charity? Comparison of our 2017 top and standout charities from animal charity evaluators. Here we go. This is a well-trodden topic in EA and effective given circles, with a few distinct comparisons that are worth separating out. The headline claim, orders of magnitude. ACE and affiliated analysts point out that their recommended charities are orders of magnitude more effective than the average animal shelter charity. And the difference between the most and least cost-effective charities spans 3 orders of magnitude. It means that giving $100,000 to one charity might result in less good than giving 100 to the right charity. Oh, okay, so this does at least allude to 1,000 times more effective. Let's turn off dark mode for this. This is the thing that I was thinking about. Data in this chart comes from ACE's 2017 combined distribution cost effectiveness estimates. This is the thing I was originally thinking about. And it looks like it's not quite 1,000 times, about 500 times. Or 600 times. But okay, this'll do. This'll do for our purposes. Lovely. Bang that straight in the slides. Get that right in there. This is the thing I was thinking. I remember that number, 4,056. I remember that very clearly. I thought this was close to 4, but whatever. This is like 500x more effective. So we can do... What's the actual figure? 4056 divided by 7. 579 times more effective. Love that. Love that. Let me... yeah, I think that's fine. What did I just say? 405. 570. All right. 579 times 579x more effective. Well, let's put more animals helped per dollar. We'll make this a little bit smaller. There we go, lovely. All right. So what's next on the notes then? So giving £100 is like giving, well, about 50 grand basically, 57 grand. £100. It's going to come up with what I want. Yeah, okay, well, that'll do. Oh, it's fucking a bit licensed. Bit too licensed, that one. The £100 note, that's not real. That doesn't exist. Is this old-timey? Alright, whatever. Look, there's a nice stack. We can definitely use the stack for the comparison. Who knows how that much that is, but what are they going to do? Count it? I guess I just need some amount of money, don't I? Let's just do a little... a few quid. That's too much. I want it to look like a modest amount of money. It's not quite what I want it to look like. Let's do that, that'll do. There we go. So giving this much translates into this much. And then do it like this so that it goes. Look at that. Aren't you gutted you're going to be missing this presentation live? This is going to be chef's kiss. Really. Good, that's that point done. Oh, bloody hell, that came too big. Right, examples of charities and their interventions. That's the next thing that we want. So, let's go to Animal Charity Evaluators. Recommended charities. Here's the lads. Right, we'll have this for institutional dietary change. Any institutional dietary change enjoyers? I told you we'd make it fun. This is corporate outreach, government outreach. All right, yeah, okay, this is going to be a good one for welfare reforms. And look, we've even got our supply and demand curves to explain how that produces fewer animals being farmed. Let's stick. Oh, that's annoying. Animal Welfare Observatory logo. Can't just make it easy, can they? Why a little janky? Alright, let me just screenshot this. Problem solved. Good. So, where's that nice little... Oh yeah, it's here. So corporate outreach, government outreach, food reform. That's what they're calling institutional menu change, I guess. And research. Let's just do, I'm just going to do 3 examples, okay? We're going to have, it's hard to leave the Humane League out, honestly. They're the only one that's been recommended every year in Animal Charity Evaluators. I think they've earned their spot in my slides. Right, so this is going to be for the welfare, corporate outreach. This is for institutional... Well, I'm kind of conflating things here, eh? This is for government outreach mainly. Let's see how ACE have them classified. Maybe they have got them right. Network building seems, I don't know, that seems kind of a lame one, honestly. Food reform, corporate outreach, government outreach. How is food reform different from government outreach then? I don't know. So we've got basically corporate outreach is like cage-free campaigns, essentially. I guess food reform is talking about specifically menu design and or subsidies and which food that the government is endorsing. And then government outreach is probably broader. So that could include, I don't know, it's hard to think of anything that wouldn't also count as food reform, honestly. Maybe I just put Wild Animal Initiative for research. They're also on there for network building, which, again, I'm a little bit ambivalent about. All right. So now we're gonna do like this. Nice. And we can look at like examples of what they've done. I guess that's going to be the way to do the slides, eh? Is this what I want? This is going to be too much for review. Yeah, okay, let's put kind of, we're just going to put broadly, I think. Influenced Danish government to invest millions. Do they have the euro in Denmark? I feel like yes. Currency of Denmark. It's got to be the euro, right? Danish krone. Oh, there you go. I'll just put millions. If it's millions, into plant forward. Food reform. Nice. There are the major things here. Retail chains. I kind of want to do some examples of each type, don't I? Workshops, I think, yeah, workshops for kitchen professionals is a good thing. And then retail chains promoting plant-based options is a good thing. So it's very much at the institutional level. Influenced retail chains to promote plant-based options, that can say. And then what's the other thing they have here? Workshops for kitchen professionals. Workshops to train dozens of kitchen professionals in plant-based cooking. Why does this look a bit shit? Yeah, bold looks better. That's definitely better. Nice. Okay, good. That is them. So that's government and corporate outreach, basically. Is that the categories that? No, there's actually neither of them. All right, but okay, I'm satisfied with that. That basically is what it is. Right, Humane League next. Thousands of cage-free commitments. It's mainly the cage-free commitments that they're on here for, I think. Oh, and legislative progress in the US. Okay, okay. Group commitments. Yeah, that's essentially their main thing. Isn't that cool that we're a part of that through the Fast Action Network? It is the only charity that's been recommended every year by animal charity evaluators. And pretty much the main thing that they do that gets them recommended is the cage-free commitments. And we get to be a part of that. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Sometimes when we look at the posts that are recommended on Fast Action Network, like Vegan 2.0 viewers are like 1/3 of the people actually doing the posting. That's pretty flippin' based, if you ask me. Like, it's not like there's thousands of people that do it. There's literally tens of people that are involved in these campaigns, and a good chunk of them are in this room. Pretty fucking cool. We are really at the zenith of effective animal advocacy. Hell yeah. Thousands of cage-free commitments secured from corporations. I know what else to write for this. It's really the main thing that they do, huh? And this is about an alliance. And this is about alliance as well. Okay. Alliance building with other animal organizations to promote corporate and government pro-animal corporate and government policies. Is that too much of a mouthful? Nah. Nice. And then, am I going to be saying largely the same thing for Animal Welfare Observatory? I thought there'd be a bit more of I could do research for a Wild Animal Initiative. Yeah, this is going to be kind of the same thing, isn't it? I'm not going to repeat myself too much. That's the thing. Kind of the same thing. Dankvegetarisch we've got Good Food Fund. Education and capacity building for food system innovation. Oh, okay. This is like all proteins then, is it? I should know this. I've done videos on these, but there you go. Good Food Youth Leadership. Good Food Summit. Promoting public science. There's not actually a mainly... Good Food Institute used to be on here, and that was kind of more straightforwardly alt protein promotion. Designs and delivers strategic programs that reduce demand for animal products and improve animal welfare within China's food system. Train chefs, lead workshops and youth programs, convene experts. Yeah, it's not quite as distinct from the others as I want it to be. I know why Good Food Institute's not on here anymore. Let's see, they must have been evaluated. Research, we've got Fauna-lytics, Fish Welfare Initiative. Okay. Good Food Institute. Oh. Alright, well I guess that didn't come up. Well, it didn't even get evaluated, really? GFI, maybe? Why don't they have alt proteins as part of this? It seems like a miss. That seems like it's not what we want. New route since she was recommended last year. This is good because it's kind of education. It's you know, distinct from the others that I've spoken about so far. They're not one of the current recommended ones, but they're there or thereabouts, aren't they? I don't know what to do for that last one then. Maybe two's enough. Maybe two's enough for the slides. We've got government outreach, we've got corporate outreach, we've got institutional initiatives, and we've got alliance building. Yeah, let's say two's enough, alright? And then we'll just do these like this so that these come up one by one. Look at that. Ooh, whoops. Nice. Okay. And then this can live here because it's going to be like coming straight after the Humane League, so that's good. Alt proteins, institutional diet change, policy change, network building. Yeah, I feel like alt proteins wants to be on here, I think. There's your institutional advocacy, government, and working with retailers and chefs. There's your cage-free commitments and alliance building. Feels like alt proteins is missing. Let's bang them on there, eh? Going rogue. Sue me. I'm putting them on there. Sue me. Why is that such janky image quality? That's better, but it's small. It's also kind of small. There you go. Ah, yeah, there you go. Let's have a look at FarmKind actually, because they also have their recommendations. The F word, FarmKind. I'm looking at FarmKind. Sue me. And look, they also have THL and Danish Vegetarian Association. Okay, all right, that's good. That's that's all the justification I need. And then we're going to put okay, that went horribly wrong. So dramatic. Right, okay. Promote and support development of alternative proteins industry. And we can put policy, advocacy, and ecosystem building for plant-based and cultivated meat. Nice. And then we've got 3, and they're all doing kind of distinct things. That's good. Love that. Well, let's put Humane League last, because then we go on to talk about, we go on to the supply and demand curves. Nice. All right, this is coming along nicely. Lovely jubbly. Let's cross that off. Okay, share more section needs us to say something about diversifying content. What's this gap then? This, I guess, was just for me to talk about the different routes to influence. All right, okay. I think we've got it. I think we've got the point. So share more diversified content. Let's go. And again, this is advice that I could do with taking myself, because I do be pretty much exclusively sharing vegan content. So, sue me. So there's the printing press. We used to fight for control of the printing press, and I guess people still do. But now we are all the media. You are the media. Should I get that Elon Musk tweet? You are the media now. Elon Musk tweet. You are the media now. That'll go down well at a vegan conference. I bet that'll go down well at a vegan conference. Vegans love Elon Musk. There we go. Well, I can look like I've got my Twitter in Spanish. Ah, sorry about that. I've just got my Twitter in Spanish. Or Italian, or whatever this is. Vegans bloody love Elon Musk. No, I'm just kidding, Poe. Obviously, he's a villain, but you know, I'll get a reaction. Sometimes a groan is a good reaction. This is to make people sad, angry, or disgusted. It's going to be annoying if I delete these. It's going to be like that. I'm a genius. Fortunately, I'm a genius, so I found a way around it. Oops. Sad, angry, disgusted. 3 of the lesser known dwarves. Meta sharing of vegan 2.0 content. Should we have the Big brain meme. What was my purpose for including this slide? Did I just want to show off the rig? Can't have been that. Surely not. Yeah, let's have a look at the notes. Oh, vegan clothing. That was what I... Yeah, of course. That's what I meant to say. Great branding with X. Yeah, maybe. I feel like you want your organization name to be Googleable and like meaningfully. I guess it doesn't matter if it says what's the word? What's the word that means like it's everywhere or everyone knows it? You know what I'm saying. Right, okay, so we're meant to be writing about diversifying your content, or making a slide that signifies diversifying your content. How might we represent that? Is this going to work? That'd be nice. Okay, how do you like shape crop things? Ah, here we go. Love that. Look at that. Handsome lad as well. Me when I use social media. That's what social media looks like, isn't it? Roughly. Right, good. So we'll have a few of these. This is how not to do it. It's the kind of shit I tweet all the time. I really want 3 of these to make the point. That means oh, fucking hell. Oh, good. It does adjust the text size. That's good. Okay. And now this one I'll do nicely. Does this work if I crop it? Yeah, good enough. Okay, good. That's if all of your posts look like this, you might put off some people from looking at your posts. So what you want to do is have some of them not look like this. All right, let's get a picture of my dog. That's something else I might post on social media, I guess. Oops. Any pics of me and my dog? Yeah, okay, that's a nice one. That'll get a laugh. Alright, good. Look at him. He's cracking up. Good. Ubiquitous, thank you, Ian. Yes, ubiquitous, thank you. Ah, it's good having a chat. I would have been lost into the ether without you posting that. Ian Canida, thank you. You saved my life, Ian. Oh, I'm cropping out too much of pancakes there, really, aren't I? Let's get more of him, less of me. That makes me look a bit balding. That'll do. Ubiquitous. I know words. I know about words. Even that, I feel like it's just not getting enough of the cake in there. Let's make these ones match instead. Is this what social media posts look like? Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Okay, now we're gonna get rid of that one. We're gonna get rid of that one. We're gonna do this. It's all coming together. Looks kind of out of place. I guess that's the point. Alright, we won't obsess over this. Me and my vegan clothing. Ooh, embarrassing. Oh, and I was on TV actually. Well, embarrassing, isn't it? Alright, that's too much. That's too much. Or is it? See, if it's going well by then, that'll get a laugh. But if it's not, that'll be cringe maxing. That doesn't even really look like anything, to be honest with it. Alright, we'll just do this one. That's fine. Okay, and then it looks like we're missing one for... Doomer as well. What was the moral of the story here? Let's do this. Oh, whoops. Boom. The importance of being organised as opposed to doing things at random or on your own. How on earth am I going to show that in a slide? Some epic thing of like a load of ants lifting something heavy or something like that. Is that too bait? See what comes up if I just search for organised versus disorganised. Organised versus disorganised killers. Individuals versus team, maybe? I want something that shows the organised team achieving more than the disorganised individuals. There's got to be like a classic meme or thing that shows this. Ants carrying heavy shit? I don't know. Let's ask AI. What imagery would show the importance of being an organised team as opposed to a group of disorganised individuals for achieving a goal? AI can be like not that great with things like this, I've found. It's not that nuanced with like metaphors and allegories. Commemoration versus scattered birds. River versus flood. Ant colony versus lone ants, that's what I was thinking of. Colony dismantles something many times collective weight. Yeah, alright. Rowing crew versus solo swimmers. I mean, one of them's in a fucking boat. That's not exactly fair, is it? Hey Tristan, how's it going? Nice to see you. You've caught us at the boring part, I'm sorry to tell you. I'm making slides right now. But I appreciate you dropping in. We had some good times earlier. We had a good chat about AI. We were dunking on Frederick Leroy for quite a long time. That was good fun. Those were the days. Formation versus mob football. That's... An orchestra versus a room of people all playing at once. Phalanx versus individuals. Oh, that's a nice one. That's a nice one. Interdependence. Maybe that's something I should type in Google Images, hey? Tug of war where one side pulls together and the other pulls at random angles. That's is that a thing? Thank you, Tristan. I hope you also have a great day. It's been pretty good. It's been a decent stream, I'm going to say. The phalanx is nice. Oh, that's not what I thought it looked like, to be honest. I thought it was a shield formation. What's the shield thing? This is more like what I'm thinking of. None of these are grabbing me. I don't know. I thought. Let's search for coordination. How about that? Coordination metaphor. Getting desperate here, aren't I? Ants teamwork. Oh yeah, okay, that could do. That could do. Now, ideally, we need one with like one loser ant failing to achieve anything on his own. But I don't think that's going to be. I don't think that's going to be in Google Images, huh? Some of these AI now. Ants teamwork. Versus individual. You never get loser ants on their own, do you? That's the whole thing about ants. In many ways, the message of the movie Ants. Nice, Ian. Yeah, I think this is where to go with it, really, isn't it? Let's search for one single ant loser. Oh, look, that's perfect. Look at this sad-looking ant. Doesn't that? His little things are down and everything. Well, ants doing things at random would be good, but they never do that. So I'm not gonna find a picture of it, am I? You know what? Let's go with this guy. I can say, this guy is not going to achieve very much on his own. But through the power of teamwork, one single ant loser. That was the perfect search. And teamwork. Let's get him fucking lifting some heavy shit. And lifting heavy things. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, I didn't want a single ant lifting a heavy thing. That's going to really That's going to really undermine my point here. Look at this guy. It's going to be me at the gym later. And teamwork, lifting. Fuck me, why is it so difficult? It's the most fucking basic thing. Oh, licensed. These guys lifting the rock? Yeah, I think they'll do, right? Maybe these guys. See, they're not actually lifting it though. That's when they work together and still don't achieve the goal. That's not the metaphor we want. I think the previous one was probably as good as we're gonna get. Ah, this looks a bit fucking. No, that wasn't it, was it? It was this one. Is this real? Doesn't matter anymore. Let's stick it in there. And let's do Fast Action Network screenshots of the feed. I think that's going to be pretty lit. I'm pretty happy with that. Cool. Pretty compelling slide deck, in my humble opinion. Let's put this hidden. We'll put it at the end as well. Where did that noise just come from? A notification on something. Alright, never mind. Good, based. We did it, guys. We bloody well did it. Let's do another title slide actually for this. We nearly bloody well did it. Nice, nice, nice. Right, there's a few formatting bits that I could do to this, but it's a little bit boring, a little bit too boring, so I won't do that on stream. You know what, let's just source this, because I'll never be able to find it again otherwise. Let's just bloody source this then. Nice. Good, we did it, guys. Should we do some Fast Action Network to celebrate? I think so. We don't want to lose the streak now. Looks like we got. Oh my god, we're going to hit 500 today. Oh boy, this could be a big moment. This could be a real big moment for us. Look at this. This is a post fucking a week ago. It's got 6 comments on it. How many are Fast Action Network people? There's the king. I knew he'd be on it. There's the king. There's one other person there. There's one other person there. So look, there's 50% of the Fast Action Network commenters here are me and Tristan right now. It's me and Tristan and then 2 other people. So literally we doubled the amount of comments on this post. Isn't that crazy? If you think that your contributions are not moving the needle, like we've already seen some of these companies cave and make meaningful new plant-based pledges, or sorry, not plant-based pledges, cave-free pledges. And this is in a context where 2 of the people here right now are half of the commenters on some of these posts. So there's a hell of a big impact from doing this. The marginal impact from one person doing this, given that there's only half a dozen comments, 4 of them are Fast Action Network commenters. Hey? Oh, this is it. And 2 of those 4 are me and Tristan. So I think we're doing pretty well. We're doing more than our fair share to get animals out of cages. Why is this in Dutch? Oh my god, $4.99. We're gonna do it, guys. At 200 right now, based Po. Not too shabby, not too shabby. When I post this comment on the Unilever Food Solutions South Africa YouTube, I will officially be on 500 points. Stop! There's Bun. There's the king again. Look, and again, only 4 comments on here. It's not like there's thousands of people doing this. Ready, guys? $500 points. I feel like it'll never be the same again. $500 points on the Fast Action Network. And we keep going. We keep bloody going. Relentless. Why can't I? Oh, okay. Nice. Oh, whoops. Okay. Nice. We broke 500. We did it. We did it! And we go again. We've done them all for now. Can't bloody keep up, honestly. Right, guys, I'm going to leave it there. We just hit 4 hours as well. Jeez. Not bad for a Tuesday. Not bad for a Tuesday. We had some good stuff that we spoke about today. We had Richie coming to tell us about the importance of using AI in the animal movement. That was a really good chat, actually. That was a good session. I enjoyed that. We did probably close to an hour ragging on Freddie Leroy, which is always good fun. I don't regret a minute of it. I don't regret it for a moment. How many points per chicken freed? Yeah, that's a good question, Poe. That's a good question. Probably, it's probably a reasonable... How many chickens freed per point is probably the better way around to put it. Because I think, yeah, I've been doing this for over a year, and I just hit 500. We've seen 2 major victories in my time, which was Ahold Delhaize and Subway. And as we've seen, one person doing this is like normally more than 10% of that. So you do the math. Well, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for joining. We've also made my Vegan 2.0 slide deck for Bark this weekend. If anybody is going to be there, then I'll see you there. And beyond that, Richie is also going to AVA, North America, which is going to be in Toronto in May, I believe. So if anybody goes to the AVA conferences, Animal and Vegan Advocacy Conference, then you might see Richie there. But thank you so much for watching, guys. I appreciate you tuning in. And I will see you all next stream.